The first roar woke the world. It did not come from Drogon, though his answer split the night above Meereen and sent flocks of pale birds shrieking from the city walls. It did not come from Rhaegal or Valyrian, though their answering cries set the air trembling and rippled the silk hangings in the Great Pyramid like a sudden gale. It came from the deep places of the earth. Daenerys Targaryen sat bolt upright in her bed as the sound rolled through stone and flesh and blood. The mattress lurched beneath her, as if the pyramid itself had shifted. The braziers along the walls flared blue-white, flames stretching upward like they were reaching for something beyond the ceiling. For a heartbeat she could not breathe. The roar had no direction. It was everywhere at once, above, below, inside her, around her. As if some immense throat had opened beneath the world and spat out the rage of ages. Then, it was gone, leaving only the echo. A memory of sound, ringing in bone and teeth. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Her mouth tasted of ash. "Your Grace?" Missandei's voice came muffled through the door, thinned by fear. "Your Grace, are you—" Another scream tore the night, nearer, too near. "Drogon." Daenerys threw back the covers. The marble beneath her feet felt hot, as though the warmth in the stone had risen in an instant from pleasant to dangerous. She snatched a silk robe from its peg and ran barefoot to the door, pulling it open just as Missandei raised her hand to knock again, knuckles white. The girl's eyes were wide as moons. Behind her, Unsullied were already hurrying down the corridor, spears in hand, sandals slapping the floor. The walls trembled again, dust sifting from a crack that hadn't been there the night before. "What is it?" Daenerys demanded. "Is it an attack?" Missandei shook her head so quickly her braids whipped her cheeks. "No trebuchet's fire, Your Grace. No horns. It is the dragons. All three cry as one." Something else too, Daenerys thought. But she did not have words for that first impossible sound. "Take me to them," she said. They practically flew down the steps of the Great Pyramid, Missandei's robe snapping around her legs. The Unsullied flowing ahead to clear a path through bleary-eyed freedmen and panicking servants. Outside, the night sky above Meereen was wrong. The stars seemed sharper, brighter, like steel points hammered into black velvet. Between them, faint smears of color bled and wove. Green veins twisting through violet, red threads pulsing as if they were veins behind a thin skin. The air smelled of salt and sulfur, and some sharp metallic tang that made her think of her tongue when she bit it as a child. Drogon circled high above the city, huge and black against the lurid sky. His wings beat in furious, disordered strokes, not the smooth, sure sweeps she knew. Rhaegal thrashed above the plaza, green wings chopping air, side-slipping like a drunken gull. Valyrian clung to the upper tiers of the pyramid, claws gouging deep furrows in the pale stone, neck whipping back and forth as if he were searching for an enemy only he could see. They were not alone. For a heartbeat, Daenerys thought the sky had grown dark with crows. Then one of the shapes banked, and moonlight caught on membranous wings, on scales like burnished bronze, on a sweep of a tail as long as a ship's mast. Another followed, and another, and another, shapes coalescing from the smeared colors of the heavens, as if the sky itself were hatching them. Dragons. Young, old, massive, slender. Red ones and green, blue like deep water and white like fresh fallen snow. One soared overhead close enough that the downdraft sent her hair streaming back. Its scales were the color of old gold, its horns black as onyx. Another wheeled above the bay, shadow swallowing the harbor in a sweep, and where it passed the water frothed and hissed as if boiling. Missandei made a soft sound that might have been prayer. "Mother," Grey Worm said quietly, coming to stand beside Daenerys. His voice held no tremor, but his dark eyes were not steady. "How can there be so many?" "I do not know," Daenerys whispered. She had thought herself unique, the last Dragon Lord, the last with the blood that could wake stone into flesh. Her 3 children had been miracles, wrested from a pyre of betrayal and blood. The song said the dragons were gone from the world, that their skulls moldered in dusty cellars or stared with empty sockets from the halls of kings. Yet the skies above Meereen seethed with wings. A shudder rolled through the city, deeper than before. The earth moved. Men screamed. Somewhere masonry crashed and a mule brayed in terror. Daenerys staggered and caught herself against a carved pillar, the stone hot enough to burn. Far to the west, beyond the curve of the bay, something rose from the sea. At first, she thought it was a cloud of ash. Then lightning crawled through it in veins of white and red and sickly green, not like any storm she knew. The shape swelled and sharpened, thrusting out of the black water like a mountain forced violently upward. "I have seen that coast," Jorah murmured behind her, hoarse with awe and dread. "On the far horizon when I sailed south from Pentos, they said those mists hid only ruin. The smoking sea. Valyria." The mountain's crown cracked open, and fire poured from it like molten gold. The first dragon had not awakened over Meereen. The first had awoken where they were born. Across the known world, the same roar shook stone and soul. On a lonely rock in the narrow sea, beneath the ancient stronghold of Dragonstone, a long gallery of skulls waited in darkness. Once they had been trophies, arranged by proud kings to awe petitioners, the empty heads of dread beasts whose fire had cowed armies and melted fortresses. Now they were relics beneath a garrison's feet, dusty and forgotten. Dust stirred. The largest skull, black and massive, dwarfed the men who occasionally came to gawk. A girl had once cupped her hands around one of its teeth. It was longer than her arm. They said this had been Valyrian, the Black Dread, the shadow on the wind that had forged a realm. Stone cracked along the line of his jaw. In the darkness, countless years after the last breath rattled from those ancient bones, something shivered. Old Marrow remembered heat. Ash remembered hunger. The blackness in his empty eye sockets thickened, condensed, became a depth that was not merely absence but possibility. The roar reached Dragonstone, shuddering through damp rock. For a heartbeat, the skull gleamed as if lit from within. Then the lower jaw jerked. Dust exploded outward. The iron cradle that held the enormous head shuddered, buckled, snapped. The ancient skull crashed to the floor, then continued through it, as if weight could no longer hold it. Stone melted in its path. Not from impact, from heat. When the soldiers came running, they found a gaping tunnel of molten rock carving downward from the shattered gallery, edges cooling in ripples like frozen waves. Far below, something moved, dragging its new forged body through the bowels of the island toward the sea. The largest skull was not alone. Lesser heads, lining the walls, shivered and split. Horns groaned and lengthened. Eye sockets filled with molten light. One after another they fell, and where they struck, stone and iron gave way. For a few stunned heartbeats, Dragonstone rang like a bell. Then the island itself began to wake. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, in a cellar where the skulls of dragons had once had pride of place, and now lay hidden beneath rotting tarps and moldering banners, a rat froze mid-scurry. Its whiskers quivered, its black eyes widened. The air smelled wrong. Too hot, too sharp, too close. It turned to flee. The skull nearest the door cracked down the center like an egg. In Korth, a merchant prince's prized dragon egg, displayed for decades in a glass case in his vaulted hall, shown to guests as proof of his wealth and taste, split in two in his hands as he lifted it to boast. The prince's smile died on his lips. Heat seared his palms. A tiny red head thrust out between the shell shards, eyes like twin embers fixing on his face with pure, animal indifference. He died still staring at it, throat melted from within by a stream of fire no thicker than a finger. In a ruined holdfast half buried in the Dothraki Sea, beneath collapsed stone where a long-dead Valyrian lord had once kept a private eyrie, two eggs the color of deep ocean and storm cloud pulsed, shells softening. Claws like black glass punched through. In the deep forests east of Qohor, where men whispered of shadows with wings. Calcified bones stirred beneath tangles of roots. Spine by spine, vertebra by vertebra, the skeleton of a dragon remembered itself, lifted its head, and in a shower of dirt and stone grew flesh again. In Ashai by the shadow, atop a black tower where no light had ever been kind, an egg that had never cooled cracked open and released a creature whose scales absorbed the darkness around it and whose eyes reflected nothing at all. The world woke to fire. Ships foundered as shapes as large as castles rose smashing through calm seas, shedding barnacles and centuries of clinging life like dead skin. Fishermen clung to what floated as massive wings unfurled and beat water into froth. In the summer sea, the hull of a Myrish trader burst into flame without torch or lightning as a shadow passed overhead, and the air itself ignited in the beast's wake. Shepherds on the high meadows of the Bones watched in stunned silence as a ridge they had always thought to be a peculiar, jagged hill shuddered, then spread vast wings and soared into the sky, shedding dirt and wildflowers in cascades. Even the frozen lands beyond the wall were not spared. A long-buried shape beneath a glacier twitched, turned, strained uselessly against a prison of blue ice. When it could not break free, its fire turned inward. A network of cracks spiderwebbed through the ice field like fine glass. Slowly, over hours, the glacier began to melt from within, pulses of deep red light coming in time with some colossal heartbeat far below. The first men to see it were trappers. They died without screams, steam rising from their blackened bones. The roar came to Winterfell as a distant, muffled thing, a echo beneath the wolves' howls. Jon Snow stood on the battlements, breath ghosting in front of him, watching the stars burn strangely. The patterns he knew were wrong. The hunter's belt bent, as if wrenched by an unseen hand. The ice dragon the old blind maester had once traced with a fingertip on a map seemed to stretch its wings and curl across half the sky. Color bled at the edges of his vision, pale green, eerie blue. Ghost paced beside him, fur bristling, lips peeled back in a silent snarl at the heavens. "You hear it too," Jon murmured, though the sound had long faded. He could not have said what he'd heard. It wasn't the blast of war horns, nor the grinding groan of ice breaking in the river. It was more like the sound the world might make if it took a breath after holding it too long. Lord Snow. He turned as one of the watchmen approached, cheeks raw with cold, eyes white around the irises. "The ravens, my lord. They're sick, I reckon. Thrashing and screaming and pecking one another, like they're mad. Mad. Or frightened. Lock them in their cages," Jon said. "No messages go anywhere until we know what this is. Double the guard on the Godswood. Post men by the crypts." "The crypts?" the man repeated, unsettled. "There's naught down there but old kings and stone wolves." "There is more in the earth than bones," Jon said. He did not know why he knew it, but he did. He looked back to the sky. A thin line of fire traced the horizon far to the south, as if some god had drawn a burning finger across the edge of the world. In Old Town, the maesters woke to bells. They had not ordered them rung. Archmaester Marwyn, heavy and blunt-fingered, stood on the balcony of his chambers, in robes hastily thrown over his bare feet. The starry sept-colored glass flickered strangely in the pre-dawn gloom, colors shifting in ways they never had under sun or moon. A smell like hot metal and salt clogged his nose. In the rookery above, thousands of ravens were losing their minds. "They feel it," Marwyn muttered, eyes narrowing. "Of course they do. Stupid birds, clever birds." He watched whitish shapes wheel and plunge in chaos, wings beating hard against one another. They were not trying to fly away. They were trying, madly, to lift, to rise above something that seemed to press down on them from above. The bells of the city churches pealed discordantly, out of time and out of tradition, as if unseen hands were pulling the ropes at random. Marwyn's gaze went east, over the rooftops, over the long fade of the land where the sky met the world. There. A smear of red-hot light, low on the horizon. Not dawn. Dawn came slow and soft. This was a knife of brilliance, thrumming. It hurt his eyes to look at it too long. Valyria, he said softly, and felt the word like a stone dropping into a well. He had read ancient texts that most of his brothers dismissed as superstition. He had seen a shard of black, glassy rock from the smoking sea that hummed when held and grew warm in the hand, as if drunk on proximity to living blood. He had patched together fragments of accounts of the doom, of what had come before. 14 flames, they had called the mountains that ringed the city. The volcanic fires that the Valyrians had bent and shackled like chained gods, that had given them the raw breath with which to forge dragons. Everything wakes, he said to the silent city. Everything bound, everything sleeping. One thing stirs, and the rest, remember, it is possible. Marwyn was not the only one who guessed the source, though others did so not with learning but with older intuition. In a cave in the haunted forest, a boy who had once been Bran Stark and now was too much other to be fully that, opened eyes white with all the weirwood seeing. Roots coiled around his legs, his ribs, binding him gently but inexorably to the tree's pallid heart. He did not flinch from the roar. He felt it. He felt it ripple through stone and stream and star, a shudder in the tapestry of all that was woven. Dragons, he whispered, though no breath left his lips. So many, too many. On a branch above him, a raven tilted its head and croaked once, harsh and amused. Fire wakes fire, said a voice from everywhere and nowhere, dry as old leaves. They were never gone, only sleeping as you sleep, little lord. As you dreamed. Men think their age matters. It does not. The world has other measures. But why now? Bran asked. Why all of them? He saw flashes when he reached. Not the way he saw the past, sharply and with unbearable clarity, but impressions. The curve of a mountain split open to reveal an incandescent heart, a great hall of black stone whose walls shimmered like heat haze. Tall, pale men with hair like spun silver, and eyes like lilacs standing in a circle, hands joined, chanting words that tasted of them. And beneath it all, the feeling of a debt unpaid, a promise made in a tongue older than the first men's gods. Their masters made a bargain, the voice said. They thought themselves gods, those who bound the 14 flames and cracked the world to let fire out. They did not understand what they unchained. When they died, the chains fell. The fire did not. It waited. All things bound seek to be free. All fires seek air. Bran, or what had been Bran, saw, for a heartbeat, an image that was not a memory but a possibility. A sky black with wings. Cities like candles snuffed under a sweeping shadow. Seas boiled until nothing living remained. A continent cracked like glass. Can anyone stop it? He whispered. Stop. The raven's chuckle was a rattle. Would you stop winter? Would you stop the tide? Men are such strange seeds, always thinking they can forbid growth. It will burn, or it will be made to burn in a shape. That is the only choice. Unbound fire or fire forged and guided. Forged by whom? By those whose blood calls to it, or by someone who steals that call. Daenerys felt the world narrow to the beat of wings. Her children shrieked madly, calling to the strangers, challenging them, fearing them, exulting in them. She could not tell which. Their voices lay along her nerves, like a too bright light. She reached for Drogon with her mind as she had learned to do, the way she could sometimes nudge him, calm him, pull him back from senseless fury. He did not come. He banked over the pyramid and screamed at a shape descending out of the smeared heavens. It was vast, twice Drogon's size at least. Its wingspan blotted out half the plaza. Its scales were the dark, dull red of dried blood. Its underside glowed faintly, as if embers burned beneath thin skin. For a heartbeat as it turned, she saw its eyes. Purple. Not the bright, almost violet color of her family, but a deep, molten shade. Like wine spilled on hot metal. The dragon folded its huge wings and dropped. The wind of its fall slapped the flags of the pyramid flat against the stone. Slaves and freedmen alike threw themselves flat, screaming. Daenerys stood very still, every muscle screaming at her to flee, to run, to hide. It hit the plaza below in an impact that cracked paving stones and sent up a wave of dust. Its talons sank deep gouges into the white marble. It threw back its head and roared, long and rolling, a sound full of triumph and demand. Drogon stooped out of the sky like a falling star. They collided above the plaza with a sound like thunder. Black and red coils tangled, wings beating at each other. Teeth flashed. For a wild, terrified moment, Daenerys thought they were trying to tear each other apart. Then she realized there was no blood in the air. The bites did not land to shred. They seized horns and frills, necks and shoulders, shaking like wolves might shake littermates. Not battle, greeting. A third roar answered from the harbor, deeper, rougher, as if enormous lungs still remembered salt water. A shape rose from the bay, great wings shedding spray, water cascading from broad shoulders, from a spine lined with black spines. This dragon's scales were sea dark, almost blue, and scarred in strange patterns. Its tail was ragged at the tip, as if something massive had bitten it once, long ago. "Mother," Missandei whispered, clinging to the railing, knuckles white. "What are they doing?" Daenerys could not answer. She could barely stand upright. The air felt thick, heavy with heat, and the weight of attention, as if 100 eyes had turned toward her all at once. Not just the dragon's eyes, but others, older, that regarded through them. The great red dragon tore loose from Drogon with a final jerk of its head and dropped back to the plaza. It turned slowly, massive neck sinuous, until its gaze locked on Daenerys. The world narrowed further, down to those eyes. She had known from the first moment she touched the warm curve of her stone eggs that there was something shared between her and these creatures. Not mere ownership, not even mutual affection. Something deeper. The blood singers in them recognized a note in her. This was different. This was like standing before a mirror and seeing not herself, but a long line of selves reaching back into darkness. It bowed. Not deeply. Not as a supplicant. But the great wedge-shaped head dipped, horns sweeping lower. Eyes never leaving her. Behind her, she heard people gasp, fall to their knees, cry out prayers in a dozen tongues. The sea-dark dragon in the harbor gave a shriek and arrowed toward them, banking clumsily, unused perhaps to the narrow confines of a city. It landed on the lower tier of the pyramid with a jarring thud, claws ripping long furrows. Rhaegal hissed, wings mantling, but the newcomer ignored him. Its head swung toward Daenerys as if drawn by an invisible chain. It bowed also. More shapes descended. Smaller ones. Larger. A lithe blue-green dragon no bigger than Drogon, scales gleaming like tropical waters, spiraled down to cling beside Valyrian. A brown beast with ragged wings and one blind eye thumped onto a balcony, shaking stone dust from its flanks. In moments, it seemed, the upper levels of the Great Pyramid were festooned with dragons, clinging to ledges and pillars and walls, balanced with improbable grace on talons that could crush stone. On every side, eyes turned to her. "Khaleesi," Jorah murmured, voice rough. "They know you." "No," Daenerys said, and the word tasted strange. "They know something in me." Words rose from somewhere deep, in a language she had never been taught yet understood in dreams. Her mouth formed them before her mind fully grasped meaning. "Valyrio Dracarys," she said softly. "Valyria's fire." The dragons answered. Not in words, not as men spoke, but in a surge of sensation that crashed through her like surf. Heat and hunger and flight and the exultant fury of the hunt, layered over with something else, something like purpose, a sense of directions, of lines pulled taut across the face of the world, connecting distant points. She saw, for a heartbeat, the smoking sea not as ruined coastline and lethal mists, but as a vast circle of power, each mountain a burning heart. She saw dragon roads, no mere stone causeways, but veins of fire beneath the ground, pulsing until they went dark at the doom. Something was awakening there. Something was calling. "Mother," Missandei asked, voice small and thin under the weight of those eyes. "They are not only mine," Daenerys said. "They belong to Valyria, to what Valyria was, to what it will be again." Jorah drew in a sharp breath. "Your Grace." She turned to Grey Worm. "Send riders. Ships. As many as we can spare. I want word sent to every ally, every city. The world just changed. No one will believe our ravens, but send them anyway. And prepare the fleet." "Nah, the fleet," he echoed. "I am going home," Daenerys said. "But first, I must go where they were born." The unsullied commander hesitated only a heartbeat. "It will be as you say." That night, Meereen did not sleep. Few places in the world did. In Volantis, where the Red Priests had long preached that a promised savior would be reborn amidst smoke and salt, the great temple by the river overflowed. Flames in the black stone brazier in its center leapt higher and higher until the ceiling smoked. The slave brands on thousands of necks prickled and burned as a towering priestess with hair like fire raised her arms. "The dragon lords have woken," she cried. "The fire in the deep places rises. The night will come, vast and cold and black, and only fire can hold it back. But fire unbound will devour us all. We must choose which flame to serve." In Braavos, hard-eyed men at the Iron Bank calculated and recalculated ledgers, scratching out numbers again and again. Dragonfire would sweep away the value of coin and contract alike. Old debts meant little in a world reshaped by flame. They quietly began sending fast ships down every canal and into the open sea, seeking new balances in a world becoming unsteady. A pale girl in the House of Black and White stood on a balcony, feeling heat on her face though the city was cool and damp, and wondered which lives would be snuffed and which spared by this new fire. In Yunkai and Astapor, men who strutted as masters quailed under skies that suddenly knew no gods but wings. The dragons flew. Not aimlessly, not like beasts newly freed. They traced ancient paths, spiraling along old currents that men could not see. They followed lines etched into the bones of the world when Valyria first bound dragon to rider, fire to flesh. Some died, not at the hands of men, though panicked archers loosed volleys, those scorpions spat iron bolts skyward. Those darts stung no more than bee stings to the great ones, though a few youngsters shrieked and tumbled, blood smoking from torn membranes. No, the dragons that died did so for other reasons. A few woke into a world too changed for them. Bones that had been half devoured by time could not bear the strain of sudden life. One burst to flame in midair, wrapping itself in its own fire, leaving only drifting ash. Another crashed to the ground in a remote valley, neck shattering. Wolves dragged at its smoking flesh before it fully cooled, eyes full of fearful hunger. Most lived. They gathered over the smoking sea like storms. Daenerys stood at the prow of her flagship as it cut through waters that steamed. The air here was wrong. Too thick, too hot. Breathing felt like drawing smoke instead of wind into her lungs. The horizon ahead was a bruised smear of black and red, lit from within by intermittent flashes of orange and green that had nothing to do with lightning. No sane ship came here. Sailors muttered prayers, clutched talismans, and spat over the rails as if trying to rid themselves of some taint. Men told tales of ships that vanished amid these mists, of ghosts whose eyes burned like coals and skulls half melted by some invisible heat. Jorah had protested the journey with more vehemence than he had ever shown her. If the Doom did this once, he had said, it can do worse. There are places where the water is said to burn like oil, Khaleesi, where the very air will set pitch alight. What if the land should vomit fire again while we are there? Nay, then I will be where my children are called, Daenerys had answered. I will not let them be claimed by something that is not me. Now, as they entered the veils of steam and mists, she understood his fear. The dragons were everywhere. They clogged the sky above the fleet in wheeling shoals, some flying so low their wing beats sent plumes of vapor spraying over the decks. Their cries layered and braided until it was impossible to tell one voice from another. The air trembled with their presence. Every time one of the larger beasts exhaled, the fog glowed faintly with reflected fire. "Seven, save us," someone whispered behind her, but the words were hollow. The Seven's light did not reach here. Drogon rode the air above the flagship like a black banner, his movements surer now amidst the others. He had tested himself against them, measured his strength in mock battles and scorching flybys. He bore new scars on his flank where some vast white dragon had bitten him in greeting. He owned those scars. He was hers. He turned his head often to look back at her. There was something like urgency in his gaze, a haste that was not his, but shared. "There," Jorah said hoarsely, pointing toward the thickest of the mists. Something glowed behind the vapor, not like ordinary fire. This light throbbed, slow and heavy, like a vast heart beating. As the ship slid closer, pressed onward by winds that had risen of their own accord, Daenerys saw shapes loom. Mountains, 14 of them, jagged and uneven, rising from a ring of broken land and still, black water. Their crowns spit flames and smoke and ash into a sky choked with clouds. Rivers of molten rock crawled down their sides, plunging steaming into the sea. Between them, in the hollow center of the ring, an island crouched. Once, they said, there had been towers there. Palaces of black stone streaked with veins of red, arches hewn into impossible shapes, roads of fused glass. The center of the greatest empire the world had ever known. Now only fragments remained. Half-melted columns like stumps of giant trees. Walls slumped and runneled, their carvings blurred. The doom had not left much. Yet, something moved on that island. Something that glowed faintly in veins beneath the rock, spreading out from a central point like roots. "It breathes," Missandei whispered, clutching the rail, eyes wide. "The land breathes." Daenerys felt it. A slow in and out under her feet, as if the island itself drew air. With every imagined exhalation, the heat spiked. With every inhalation, the mists thinned. "Khaleesi," Jorah said quietly, "if there are still sorcerers here, if any of the old blood survived?" She shook her head. "There are no Valyrians left here, only their ghosts, only what they bound." The dragons descended. They spiraled down toward the island in vast wheeling flocks, like starlings made of flame and bone. They settled on broken walls, on blackened pillars, on every jagged outcrop and ruined dome. They filled the air with the smell of sulfur and hot scale. Their eyes blazed like a scattering of jewels across the ruin. And in the center of it all, in a bowl of melted rock that might once have been a plaza, something waited. It was not a person. Not exactly. It took shape as a man as Daenerys approached, perhaps because she could not comprehend it otherwise. A tall figure stepping slowly out of a mirage of heat, hair pale as ash, skin the color of old bone. Its eyes were a burnished metallic purple, without pupils. The edges of its form blurred and wavered, as if what she saw was only the surface of a much deeper thing. The dragons did not bow to it. They watched. They shifted, restless. Some hissed softly. None flew away. Drogon landed with a thud that cracked the rock near her and lowered himself enough for her to slide down. Heat radiated from him like a furnace. Her sandals smoked where they touched the black stone. She walked forward. "Daenerys Stormborn," the figure said. Its voice was many voices layered, male and female, young and ancient. "Child of the dragon, last of our blood that remembers what it is. The language it used was not the common tongue, but she understood it. High Valyrian, and something older woven through it. "Who are you?" she asked. It smiled. The expression was wrong on its face, as if it were remembering a gesture from a long time ago and not quite getting it right. "We are what they left here," it said. "What your ancestors bound when they stole fire from the earth and sky. Call us the Ember, call us the Forge, call us the remainder of Valyria that did not perish when stone and ash fell. Names are small. We are what keeps the chains fastened even after the hands that forged them are dust." Daenerys, then against a throat gone very dry. "The chains for what?" The figure spread its arms, encompassing the ring of mountains, the dragon-crowded ruins, the very air. "For them," it said simply. "For all that came when men whistled fire into their hands. Each dragon born, each egg laid, each spark coaxed from the deep places, bound a thread. The more they made, the more threads coiled around this place, around us. When the doom came, it cut many, burned many, but not all. You made new ones when you cracked stone with blood and birthed 3 more. Others had made small, secret threads in the dark, clutching at what power they could. We waited. No. The air throbbed with heat. Sweat slid down Daenerys' spine, though part of her no longer felt the heat as pain. It was like standing in the heart of a great oven and breathing fire as one might breathe mist. "You woke them," she said. "All of them, everywhere." "We called," the Ember said. "We tugged every thread at once. The doom broke what Valyria was. Fire went everywhere, like molten metal spilled and left to harden in ugly shapes. We have had centuries to watch men crawl over the cooled slag and call it empire. We are tired of broken things." "No." Its eyes burned. "So we pull the fire back. All that was made by our taking and binding comes home. All dragons, all their echoes, all their debt. They remember what forged them. They remember what they were meant to do." "And what is that?" she asked, though she knew. "Rule," the Ember said. "To bend the world into order. To burn away what will not bend." No. Daenerys thought of Marines fighting pits, of slave children nailed to mileposts, of Astapora's red bricks and blackened bones. She thought of Westeros, a land she barely remembered where her father's name was spit like a curse and where men once knelt in fear of wings. "Your order," she said. "Valyria's order. Chains and whips and cities built on skulls." The Ember inclined its head a fraction. "There were chains," it said. "There were whips. There was also peace. There was law. There were roads that ran from sea to sea, and no bandits dared trouble them. The only tongues for thousands of leagues spoke with one cadence. And the dragons flew overhead, and no kingdom dared rise and fall on the whim of a single petty lord." "None." Its gaze sharpened. "You have seen what men make without us. They make cities of masters and slaves. They make war without end. They tear their own worlds apart for smaller things than the doom. We offered them greatness. They broke us instead." "You broke yourselves," Daenerys said. "With your pride, with your sorceries, with the doom you summoned and could not control." "Aye." Something like annoyance flickered across its face. "Perhaps," it said. "Perhaps not. It matters little now. The fire rises again. We can guide it, as once we did, or it will go everywhere and destroy everything you know. Those are the choices, child of storms. There is not enough time left for anything gentler." It stepped closer. The air between them shimmered. Drogon shifted, rumbling low, but did not move to interpose himself. "You are the last of the line that can ride them all," the Ember said softly. "The last whose blood can speak to every dragon at once. They will not kneel to us directly. We are bound here. We have only voice. They will kneel to you, if you accept what you are, if you let us shape you into what we need." "And if I will not?" Daenerys asked. There was no threat in its tone when it answered. That made it worse. "Then they will still burn," it said. They will still remake the world, only without pattern, without mercy, without purpose. Fire will cover your cities and your seas. The ice that creeps at the top of the world will rise to meet it, and between them nothing you love will remain. We prefer a world ruled than a world ruined, but we can endure a ruin. We are not made of flesh. You are. Nah. Semda. Daenerys closed her eyes for a heartbeat and saw things. Dragons over Winterfell, scales red with reflected flame as the old keep burned. Dragons over King's Landing beating back blasts of some other power. White, cold, crawling like frost fingers from the far north. Dragons casting shadows over Braavosos Titan, over Volantis black walls, over the smoking ruins of Korth. Dragons wheeling over a wall that cracked and toppled under their combined fire, letting something through that the world was not meant to know. She saw herself atop Drogon, hair whipping, skin smeared with soot, eyes reflecting nothing but flame. "Is there no other way?" she whispered. The ember's gaze did not soften. "There is never another way," it said. "There are only choices. Fire-guided, fire unbound. Rule or ruin. You were born to ride the choice between." "You speak of fire," Daenerys said. What of the ice? What of the things beyond the wall? I have seen them too. I have felt them in dreams." "Nay, unday, alwa." The ember tilted its head. "Old cold," it acknowledged. "Older than us, a different bargain struck with different fools. They have slept too. They wake when the scales tip. There is a symmetry to such things. They will march. You cannot stop that. You can only meet them with something that burns hot enough to matter." Dragons screamed overhead, a great swirling of sound. Daenerys thought of a small, scarred boy with dark hair and stubborn honor, who had once held her hand atop a tower in a city of bones and promised to show her the world. She thought of her brother's shadow, of a laughing girl with auburn hair who had never lived to see dragons. She thought of all the stories of old Valyria that Viserys had snarled into her ear as a child, the way his eyes would go wide and hungry when he spoke of dominion. "I am not my father," she said. "I am not my brother." "No," said the ember. "You are the world's last chance to have dragons without madness." It extended a hand. Its palm was cracked stone and glowing embers and the shimmer of heat mirage. "Take us," it said. "Let us burn through you. Let us pour our will into yours. We will show you how to bind them, all of them. We will show you how to carve a new Valyria on top of the old." "Nah." Daenerys looked at the hand, at the ruin around them, at the dragons lining every surface like a living tapestry. She thought of a very different hall, full of chains and screaming, and of her own hands already stained with ash. "Not as it was," she said. "If I take you, if I do this, it will not be as it was. There will be no more chains, no more masters and slaves. For now," the ember said, as if indulging a child, "for as long as you care to keep such oaths. We are not your conscience, daughter. We are only your fire." "Nah, Mendi." She did not take the hand. She stepped forward and through it. Heat poured into her. It was like walking into the heart of Drogon's flame. Her skin should have charred. Her eyes should have boiled. Instead, the fire flowed around and through her, licking every nerve with pain so intense it became something else. She screamed, not aloud, but inwardly, as her memories flashed and caught and burned without being consumed. She saw Valyria as it had been, a city of towers so high their tips were lost in smoke, their bases girdled by rivers of molten rock. Dragons spiraled around them in patterns as intricate as any traceries carved in stone. She saw rings of pale-faced men and women with slit pupils and hair like molten copper or polished silver. They stood around vast forges, hands outstretched over anvils that glowed white, chanting as they hammered swords that sang with a sound like distant wings. She saw the moment it broke. Not as a single cataclysm, but as a cascade of failures. One chain snapping, then another, then another. As greedy hands tugged too hard on leashes, they did not understand. The 14 flames shuddered, their fires rising and falling wildly. Something ripped loose deep beneath the city, something that had never wanted to be bound. She saw dragons falling from the sky, wings on fire. She saw mountains exploding, seas boiling, a wall of ash and smoke racing outward, turning ships and men and entire coasts to cinders. She saw the ember that watched it all, trapped in its ring, enduring. Then she saw herself, not as she was now, as she might be, standing on a high hill as dozens, hundreds of dragons wheeled overhead, her hair whipping around a face harder, older. In one hand, she held a crown of black and red iron shaped like intertwined dragons. In the other, a sword of strange pale metal that smoked where drops of blood hissed on its edge. She saw Jon, cloaked in furs, eyes gray as a winter sea, standing before something that was not quite a man, and not quite a storm, its eyes pale blue fire. Dragons spiraled above them, their flames meeting white cold in bursts that shattered stone. Behind Jon marched men from every land, dark-skinned Dothraki in furs, pale Northmen with long spears, soldiers from the free cities in mixed armor, all looking upward, faces lit by that titanic struggle. She saw cities bowed beneath dragonflight, but she also saw chains broken, walls pulled down, slavers' whips burning in their own fires. When the heat receded enough for her to think, she was on her knees on the black stone. Her hands smoked where they touched it. Her lungs heaved as if she had run a great distance. Her vision pulsed with residual ember light. The figure of the ember stood over her. "You see," it said, "rule or ruin. You cannot unmake that choice. You can only decide who shapes it." Daenerys pushed herself to her feet. Her legs trembled. Drogon's mind roared in hers, a tumult of concern, rage, and fierce pride. He had felt it all. They all had. "You will not use me as they used you," she said, voice hoarse but steady. "I am not merely a vessel. I am Daenerys of House Targaryen. I will forge a different Valyria, or none at all." "Nugay." "Good," the Ember said. "We prefer steel with some temper. Go then. The dragons wait for your will." She turned. Every gaze followed her. She did not speak with her mouth. She did not know how to shape commands in dragon tongue sufficient for thousands of throats. She reached instead with the new burning thing inside her, the ember that now lived braided with her own heart. "Come," she thought. They came. It was like watching a living storm turn, all at once, toward a single point. Dragons unfolded their wings, launched from their perches, climbed into the hot, suited air. They spiraled upward in vast rings, then broke in streams, each line of flight aligning with one of the ancient dragon roads that radiated from Valyria like spokes. North, west, D, east, E, south. Across the known world, men would look up and see what lay over them now. "Where will you go?" Jorah asked quietly, stepping to her side, sweat plastering his hair to his brow. He looked older than he had the day before. "Everywhere," Daenerys said. "But first to Westeros. Valyria's heart was here. Its crown was there. If we are to reforge an empire, its old kingdoms must bend or break." "Nay." "And the others?" he asked. "The ice? The things in the dark?" Her hand tightened on Drogon's scales. "I will need him," she said. "The Stark boy. Jon. I will need his north, his honor, his ice to meet their ice. Fire alone cannot remake a world fit for men to live in." "You mean to share this power," Jorah said slowly, "with someone who does not carry your blood." "The dragons fly to every corner of the world," she said. "I cannot ride them all myself. There are other traces of the old blood left. Targaryen, Valyrian. Celtigar. Associ lines that hid and mingled. We will find them. We will give them dragons. And where we cannot find old blood, we will make new bonds. Nani? Karabesha. New bonds? Missandei asked, listening with wide, anxious eyes. Daenerys looked up at the swarming sky. Once, only those with Valyrian blood could ride, she said. As one of the chains they forged, to keep power in few hands. The Ember showed me other ways. Fire answers will and courage as much as blood, if given chance. Perhaps it is time dragons learn to know more than one song. Nay. She laid a hand over her heart. It still felt too hot beneath her ribs. First though, she said, I must show the world what flies above it. I must make them choose, fire-guided or fire-unbound. Let them see our kindled sky and decide how they mean to live under it. The ships turned their prows westward. Above them, a host of dragons streamed like burning comets across the mists. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister stood on the balcony of the royal apartments, knuckles white on the stone rail. She had thought she knew fear. She had felt wildfire's green heat on her skin, had heard the shrieks of men burning in the streets below her windows. She had faced lions and wolves, serpents and sparrows. She had destroyed her enemies with wine and whispers. All of that seemed small now. The sky over Blackwater Bay crawled with shapes. The first had appeared at dawn, black against a reddened sky. Then more and more, until the city lay under a canopy of wings. They did not attack. Yet. They circled. They screamed. They shed small flakes of ash that fell like strange, dark snow. Your Grace, Qyburn murmured at her elbow. The reports from Dragonstone and the Narrow Sea are consistent. These creatures appeared first over the ruins of Valyria. The Maesters speak of. I do not care what the Maesters speak of, Cersei snapped, though a part of her clung to his words as to driftwood. Tell me only how we kill them. Qyburn pursed his lips. We have the scorpions as your grace ordered, he said. My improved design. The bolts will pierce even thick hide at close range. But there are many, far more than expected. As if on cue, a vast shape swept low over the Red Keep. Its shadow swallowed the courtyard. Servants shrieked and dove for cover. The dragon's eyes flashed gold red, its wings sending dust swirling through the throne room's broken windows. Cersei did not flinch. They will not burn my city, she said. She was wrong. Not today. Not in wild, indiscriminate fury. But when the dragons stooped, when they finally exhaled, it would be on Daenerys' word. And Daenerys no longer bore her own will alone. The first meeting of fire and ice would not be here. It would be farther north, where a wall of man-made magic divided the living from the dead, where dragons and others would test one another's strength. The reforging of Valyria's empire would come after. For now, the world watched its new sky and waited, trembling, for the sound of beating wings to descend. Daenerys stood atop the highest tower of Dragonstone, wind whipping her hair, dragons circling like a living crown above her. Jon Snow rode up the steep, narrow path, Ghost at his side, eyes fixed on the figure silhouetted against the seething sky. He had come south at a raven's frantic call, carrying news of white shadows and dead men marching, of a wall that had shuddered as if struck by some far-off thunder. He had not expected this. He climbed the last steps and stopped, chest heaving, sweat cold on his skin despite the heat that radiated from the stone. He smelled salt and ash, and something else. Some sharp metallic scent that pulled at half-remembered fears. She turned as he approached. For a heartbeat, they simply looked at one another. Her hair streamed like a banner in the hot wind. Her eyes were violet shot through with an ember glow that had not been there when last he saw her in that shattered throne room across the sea. Her skin shone with a sheen of sweat and some inner light. He could feel heat radiating from her even from several paces away. You heard it, she said softly. The roar. He nodded once. We all did. The wall did. She looked past him, north, to where the sky was oddly clear, as if some cold wind had scoured away the dragon smoke. "They wake too," she said. "The things in the snow." "Yes." His voice was flint and frost. "You've woken the rest of the dragons. Whatever sleeps beyond the wall woke with them. You've set the board, Daenerys. Now we must play on it." "Not as enemies," she said. "Not this time." A dragon shrieked overhead. He did not flinch. "I do not care who sits on which throne," Jon said. "I care who lives to argue about it. If your fire can burn what comes, I will march beneath your banners. I will bend the knee to whatever title you choose to give yourself. Queen of Ashes, Empress of the world. It matters little, so long as we stand together, not apart, when the dead arrive." She smiled then, a small, fierce curve of her mouth that had more steel than joy in it. "You have a talent for speeches, Jon Snow. I have a talent for doing what needs doing," he said. "If the dragons fly for you, then you'd better make damn sure they burn the right things." The heat in her eyes flared. "That is what I mean to do," she said. "I have taken the ember of Valyria into myself, Jon. I have seen what they want the world to be. I have seen what the world will be without them. Neither future is kind." "No future is kind," Jon said. "Not without men willing to pay the price for something better." She stepped closer. He felt the scorch of her presence, but it was bearable. Barely. "Will you pay it with me?" she asked. "Will you stand at my side when I ride to the wall, when I fly over it, when I rain fire on things that have never known warmth? Will you help me set this world in a shape where dragons and men can live together without chains?" He thought of the faces of men he had seen die, of boys on the wall, of wildlings in the snow, of brothers with black cloaks turning on one another. He thought of the cold in the Night King's eyes, of the way the dead had risen at a gesture. "If there is any world left to live in when the dead and the dragons are done with it," he said slowly, "I will fight to make it one where my children can walk without looking over their shoulders for fire or frost. If that means standing beside the last Dragon Queen, then that is where I will stand." Her hand closed over his. It was hot, but not unbearable. Above them the dragons screamed, not in challenge now, but in answer. Far away, in Valyria's smoking heart, the ember watched through 1,000 burning eyes as fire and ice began to move toward one another, drawn by necessity and something like destiny. Empires were not reforged in a day. They were born in decisions made at volcanoes' edge, on tower tops, in crypts where old kings slept. All the dragons ever born were awake. The known world lay beneath their wings, a fragile thing balancing between ruin and rule, between unbound fire and fire forged in mortal hands. Winterfell did not burn the first time a dragon passed over it, but every man who saw the shadow thought it might. The bells of the first keep rang out in stuttering, panicked peals as the black shape slid across the sky. It came from the sea, cresting the line of the southern hills, wings beating slow and enormous. Men on the walls raised spears and bows, useless gestures, as if iron heads and ash shafts could hope to pierce that scale-dark hide. Sansa Stark stood on the battlements in a dress the color of storm clouds lined with white fur. Her hands were folded in front of her, gloved fingers intertwined. Only their tightness betrayed the cold knot in her stomach. "She's larger than I remember," she said softly. Arya stood at her shoulder, cloaked in plain leather and wool, hair half tamed, half wind-whipped. "You remember dragons now?" she asked, half a scoff, half awe. "Last time we only heard stories." "I remember the skulls," Sansa said. "In King's Landing, the great black one at the end of the hall. I remember thinking its teeth were swords." She watched Drogon bank lazily, the sunlight catching along his wing bones like molten metal. Behind him, smaller shapes wheeled, green, white, silver, brown dot. "They were dead then," she said. "They are not dead now." Arya squinted up at the host. "He's there," she said. "Jon, with her." "You can see that?" Sansa asked. Arya's mouth twisted. "I feel it," she said. "Like an itch at the back of my neck. Like when you know where someone is in a room without turning." Her hand fell, almost unconsciously, to the simple sword at her hip. "She hasn't come to talk about songs and silk." "No," Sansa said. Below, the yard seethed with activity. Men were shepherding horses under cover, dragging straw bales away from the open, dashing to and fro like ants disturbed by a careless boot. The maester and the septon stood near the gate, heads together, robes fluttering. Littlefinger's absence lay on the walls like a gap in a row of teeth, a danger removed, a habit broken. There was no smooth voice at Sansa's shoulder now, whispering poisons. There was only the wind, the creak of leather, Arya's steady breathing. "Do you trust her?" Sansa asked. Arya's answer was instant. "No." Sansa's lips quirked despite herself. "Jon does. He would," Arya said. "He trusts until someone gives him a knife in the back, or 9 arrows. Jon's knives usually end up in his front," Sansa said quietly. They watched the dragons circle once, twice. Then one peeled away, black of course, and stooped toward the outer bailey. Wind hammered the battlements as he passed, making Sansa's cloak billow and snap. She raised a hand against the gust, hair whipping her cheeks. The black dragon folded his wings at the last moment, dropping like a stone, then flared them wide. He landed in a thunder of claws and a rush of hot air that made Sansa's eyes water. His talons dug furrows in the packed snow. His head swung, vast and wedge-shaped, toward the great hall, nostrils flaring. Crows rose screaming from the godswood, a black cloud scattering against a darker sky. The rider on his back slid down. She wore no crown. The woman who strode toward Winterfell's gate could have been a figure from an old story, or a nightmare made flesh. Dragon-scale black leather clung to her like a second skin, overlaid with a cloak of fine mail that shimmered faintly as if catching some light knot of this world. Her hair streamed in silver-white waves down her back, caught once at the nape with a clasp shaped like 3 coiled dragons. Her eyes were violet, and there were embers in their depths. Jon walked at her side. He had changed too, Sansa thought, though the furs and leathers were much the same. There was a weight to him now that had not been there when he left. Something in the way he moved, as if he walked with one foot here and one somewhere else. His beard had filled in, the lines at the corners of his eyes cut a little deeper. A new sword hung at his hip, not Longclaw, though the old Valyrian blade still rested there too. This one's grip was wrapped in dark leather and banded in steel, and a faint curl of steam rose from its scabbard in the cold air. She swallowed. This was her brother. This was a stranger. They passed under the gatehouse and into the courtyard, where men and women of the north had assembled in a ragged half-circle. Bran waited in his chair near the front, a white wolf huddled at his wheels, red weirwood eyes watching everything. "Lady Sansa," Daenerys Targaryen said, stopping a few paces away. "Your Grace," Sansa replied, dipping her head just enough. "Winterfell welcomes you, and your children." She glanced up, unable not to. Dragons clung to the outer towers like grotesque new gargoyles. Their talons dug into slate and stone. Their long necks curved, heads tilting as they studied the people below with predator interest. One sneezed, a puff of hot smoke bursting from its nostrils. "They will not burn your home," Daenerys said. "Not while I stand in it. You have my word." "One dragon burned my father twice," Sansa said before she could stop herself. "First in his flesh, by fire, then in his honor, by madness. Forgive me if your word does not ease every fear at once, your grace." Silence fell, hard and sudden. Jon's jaw tightened. Daenerys' eyes did not flicker. "Your father was murdered by a madman," she said. "A king who wore my name. I was born after he died. I have no love for his cruelty. If his shadow falls on you when you look at me, I will not ask you to pretend it is not there. I will ask you to see that shadows can be burned away. No. By more fire, Arya said. By better fire, Daenerys answered. Northern men are not so fond of fire, a deep voice rumbled. Tormund Giantsbane shouldered his way to the front, his red beard already rimed with frost despite the dragon's heat. But we are less fond of walking corpses. If this little queen can make her lizards burn those dead bastards, I'll kiss each one on the snout. No, trouble. A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the assembled men. The tension thinned, just a fraction. Jon stepped forward. We do not have time to quarrel among ourselves, he said. The dead march. The wall has cracked. Eastwatch is lost. If we had every sword in the 7 kingdoms and every dragon that ever lived, we would still bleed to stop what's coming. I would have ridden here on the back of the stranger himself if that was what it took to get you to listen. No. Then we will listen, Bran said. His voice was calm, curious, too old. He met Daenerys' gaze and did not look away, though his body was small and twisted in the wheelchair. You are different, he said to her. You were not like this when you hatched the 3. You've been touched by something else, something under the earth. Daenerys' mouth tightened. You see much, I am told, she said. I see enough, Bran replied. You have part of Valyria in you now. Not only the blood, the ember. It thinks in volcanoes and ages, not in lives. But you are still you. For the moment. No, for the moment? Sansa echoed sharply. Bran's eyes went distant for a heartbeat, as if watching something none of them could see. Fire always wants to spread, he said. It does not like staying where it is told. It will try to turn you from what you have chosen. Remember that. It is not what you know her to be, Jon said, frowning. It is what she chooses. Then we must hope she keeps choosing, Bran said simply. Daenerys' chin lifted a fraction. We stand here in the cold and talk of what might be, she said, while what is gathers strength with every hour. I did not bring my children to your walls for you to admire them. I brought them so that when the dead come, there will be something above you that burns hotter than their cold. The dragons will fight at the wall, Jon said. At Winterfell, wherever the others drive us. But they cannot be everywhere at once. Dany's right. This isn't only about the north. The dead will not stop at the neck. If we fall, they will march to the Trident, to King's Landing, to Old Town. This war will not be won by one house, or one king. No, one by, or one queen, Sansa asked. Or one queen, Jon agreed. He looked around the courtyard, meeting eyes. Umber, Karstark, Manderly, Glover. Wildlings with axes and fear. The quietly calculating gaze of Lord Royce sent from the Vale. The iron stare of Lyanna Mormont. A slip of a girl standing like a grown man before a noose. We need more than blades, he said. More than dragons. We need to make the living fight as one, or we lose. That is why I've asked her to do something no dragon lord ever has. He nodded to Daenerys. Sansa's brows knit. And what is that? Daenerys glanced up at the dragons, then at the faces below. Valyria kept its power in few hands, she said. They believed only blood like theirs could ride. They hoarded dragons and swords and roads and laws. They built an empire on the backs of others and called it order. It lasted centuries, then it burned in a day. She took a breath. Steam curled in the coal. I have seen another way, she went on. In Valyria, in the ember, there are bonds beneath blood. Fire answers courage. It answers will. The old dragon lords were too afraid to test that. I am not. Yeah. She raised her voice, not in a shout, but in a tone that carried to the walls. I will give dragons to those who can ride them, she said. Not only to those who share my name. To Northmen, to free folk, to men and women from the Riverlands, the Iron Islands, Dorne, to anyone whose heart a dragon will accept. We will make a host like the world has never seen, and we will fly north with it. We will burn the dead from where they stand. And when that is done, when the long night is broken, the dragons will not go back into cellars and caged crypts to be skulls for kings. They will fly above a world where no man is owned, and no child is whipped for a coin. Nah, ayah. Murmurs broke out like a wave. Disbelief, outrage, all. You would arm wildlings with dragons? Lord Glover demanded. Give such beasts to Ironborn? To Dornish snakes? Would you rather give them to death? Daenerys asked. The long, cold kind. The others will turn whatever they kill. If we keep our dragons close out of pride, if we hoard them for a few, we will lose. If we let them be ridden by many, we might win. I will take that risk. She's mad, Lord Glover muttered. Mad as her father. Lyanna Mormont stepped forward, chin up. The Mormonts pledged to the king in the north, she said. We did not pledge to some southern queen with dragon fire in her veins, but the dead will not care for our oaths. If dragons must soar above Bear Island to keep it from freezing forever, then I say put a bear on one of their backs. Tormund barked a laugh. I like this little she-bear, he said. Put me on a dragon, and I'll show those blue-eyed shits what it is to be burned. You on a dragon? Davos Seaworth murmured at Jon's elbow. Seven save us all. Jon's mouth twitched. The old gods will have to do, he said. Sansa watched Daenerys as the courtyard churned with argument. She saw the queen's shoulders set, saw how she did not flinch from the fear and anger in the stares turned on her. There was pride there, yes, but there was something else too, something like resolve, hammered into shape by awful necessity. You are offering to break your own birthright, Sansa said quietly, stepping closer. To make your dragons half theirs. Daenerys' eyes met hers. I am offering to share what was hoarded too long, she said. Power that sits in one pair of hands grows stale and cruel. I know this. I carry the ember inside me. It wants what my ancestors wanted. Everything. I will not let it take that through me. Sansa thought of Cersei Lannister's hands tightening on a cup as green fire bloomed below the windows of the Great Sept. Of Joffrey's fingers curled around an imaginary crossbow. Of Littlefinger's gloved hand on her arm, guiding her, always guiding, towards some shape only he could see. Perhaps madness was not always screaming in wildfire. Perhaps sometimes it was simply a refusal to share. We will see who the dragons choose, she said. They learned quickly that dragon choosing was nothing like knighting a man. They did not line people up in the yard and ask them to mount. Dragons were not horses. They were not swords to be passed from hand to hand. They were fire with thoughts and memories older than any man's lineage. They came when they wished, to whom they wished, and woe betide any fool who tried to force the bond. The first was almost an accident. A white dragon with pearl-pale scales and eyes like molten silver had taken to perching on the broken tower overlooking the Godswood. It watched the heart tree with unsettling intensity. Bran felt its gaze as a pressure whenever he slipped his mind along the roots. One morning, as mist clung low over the frozen weirwood branches, the pale dragon descended without warning into the Godswood. Its claws sank into the snow, sending up plumes of powder. It tilted its head, studying Bran with an eye larger than his entire torso. Mira Reed, who had wheeled him there, froze. Her spear was touching the ground. Her knuckles did not. Don't, Bran whispered. I'm not moving, she hissed. I'm trying very hard not to breathe. The dragon leaned in. Bran felt its breath on his face, hot and sharp like an open forge. It smelled of scorched meat and something stranger, something like lightning. His pupil narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again. Inside his head, a door he had not known was there creaked open. He saw, all at once, a sky full of stars and dragons together, swirling in patterns that mirrored constellations. He saw a long line of men and women with hair like Daenerys and eyes like the dragons, running, always running, never stopping to look at the roots beneath their feet. He saw dragons sleeping in stone, waiting. He reached. The way he reached for crows, for wolves, for the heart trees. The dragon's mind was enormous, a cathedral of heat and instinct. It would have crushed him if he tried to fill it. So he did not fill. He touched. He brushed his awareness along the edges, like a hand along a great beast's flank, feeling the heat, the scars, the old, deep weariness. The dragon recognized him, not as a rider, not as meat, as something else, as a watcher. It snorted, a burst of hot air that sent Bran's hair back. Then, with unsettling care, it lowered itself, belly flattening into the snow, foreleg bending, shoulder dropping. "Is it bowing?" Mira whispered. "No," Bran said, wonder and a strange sorrow filling him. "It's kneeling." "Then you are a rider too," said a voice from behind them. Daenerys stood at the edge of the godswood, cloak steaming faintly where snowflakes touched it. Drogon coiled behind her, barely fitting between the trees, his own breath turning ice to water along the trunks. Bran did not look away from the white dragon. "I cannot leave this," he said, touching the heart tree with his free hand. "Someone must be here, to watch, to hold the pieces of the world together in the roots. The dragon's fire will burn, and the other's cold will bite, but the weirwoods must remain. I am part of them now." "You can be two things," Daenerys said quietly. "I am a queen, and a Khaleesi, and a woman, and a vessel for something older than all of them. You are a boy and a raven, a Stark and something else. Let the dragon be another thread." "Ah!" She moved closer. The white dragon's eye flicked to her, then back to Bran. "When the time comes," she said, "you will not need to fly in the way others do. You will fly in here." She tapped her temple. "You will see for us what we cannot. The dead will hide themselves in storm and shadow. Your sight, linked to this one's wings, might find what our eyes cannot." Bran considered. His sisters would not fly. Sansa belonged to stone and snow and words behind walls. Arya belonged to roads and rivers, and the space between one heartbeat and the next. Jon had his own dragon now, their bond forged in fire and battle on the journey south and back again. There were others clamoring, boldly or quietly, for the chance to ride. Tormund with his booming laughter, Lyanna Mormont with fierce eyes, a stolid, quiet Karstark boy who had once stood unmoving while a raging bull charged him. Bran belonged to roots and ravens, and yet, he put his hand on the dragon's nose. It was like plunging his arm into hot water. Pain flared, then receded, leaving a tingling hum. The dragon exhaled. Steam wreathed around boy and beast and tree. A thin, spreading line of frost that had been crawling along the lowest weirwood branches since the roar in the sky retreated, hissing. "I will watch," Bran said, "from above as well as below." The dragon rumbled, low and pleased, and curled itself around the heart tree, scales steaming where they touched the cold bark. Elsewhere, other choices were made. Lyanna Mormont did not ask permission. She simply walked into the yard one morning, stepped under the shadow of a green dragon sunning itself against the outer wall, and shouted up at it. "You!" she barked. "Lizard!" The dragon blinked. "I'm Lady of Bear Island," Lyanna continued. "I'm not tall, but my people are. We're warriors. We face down storms and ironborn and dead men and worse. If you've any sense, you'll put your scaly arse under my saddle, and we'll show the world what happens when it tries to freeze a bear." Tormund whistled low. "She's either going to be eaten or queen of everything by sunset," he muttered. The green dragon slid down the wall in a shower of dislodged snow. It lowered its head until it was level with Lyanna. They stared at one another. "You stink of fish and fury," Tormund told Lyanna conversationally. "Better than goat and ale?" she shot back, never taking her eyes off the dragon. After a long moment, it nudged her, very gently, with the side of its head. Lyanna staggered, then caught herself, hand slapping against hot scale. She did not flinch. She patted it once, twice, as if testing the texture. "There," she said. "That's settled. Actually getting on its back is another matter," Davos murmured. By the time the first snowstorm of the year rolled down from the Frostfang Peaks, Winterfell had 5 new riders. Jon, of course, on Drogon, though he still thought of the dragon as hers, not his, and always would. Daenerys herself on the great blood-red beast that had descended first at Meereen. She called him Rhaegon, for a brother she had never known. Lyanna Mormont on the green, who answered to Bearclaw Dada. Tormund, to everyone's amazed horror, somehow had ended up on the Sea Dark Dragon from the Bay, whose missing tail tip and scars testified to some ancient battle. The wildling named him Wavebiter, and shouted with joy every time the dragon dropped into a dive that made onlookers retch. The 5th was a surprise to all but perhaps fate. Sansa Stark did not seek a dragon. She avoided them when she could, taking routes through the keep that kept her beneath stone and wood, not under the open sky where massive shadows passed. She had had enough of monstrous kings for one life. She did not need monsters on wings. But dragons were not horses to be avoided by choosing a different path. They went where they wished. It was snowing lightly the morning she went to the crypts. She wore a cloak lined in white, the hood pulled up. The air under the earth was colder than the courtyard above. The chill here a different thing than the sharp bite of Winterfell's breath. It was still, deep, the kind that sank into bone. Torches flickered as she passed, painting the stone kings in red and gold and shadow. She paused before Ned Stark's statue. The likeness still made her breath catch, even after all. The sculptor had captured the set of his mouth, the quiet sternness of his eyes. She laid a gloved hand against the stone sword resting across his knees. "I have done what I could," she whispered. "It is not enough. It never will be. But I am trying." Stone did not answer. She felt the vibration through her palm before she heard the sound. A deep, slow rumble, resonating through rock. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Somewhere farther down the tunnel, a stone wolf's head cracked off and fell, shattering. Torches flared, their flames leaning in one direction as if toward a great breath. Sansa turned. At the far end of the row of kings, something moved in the darkness. She had forgotten, in all the chaos and fear and strategy, that there had once been dragons in the north. After Aegon's conquest, a Targaryen princess had married into House Stark. Her dragon died here, old and weary, its bones buried under the crypts in a chamber sealed and forgotten. Stories said its skull had been taken south, or lost in a collapse, or stolen by some wandering maester. Stories said many things. The last door at the end of the crypt corridor shuddered. Hairline cracks raced across its black stone surface. Frost that had been creeping along the wall where the dead of Winterfell slept retreated, hissing, as if burned by an unseen flame. The door burst outward. Heat rushed in, a wave so sudden that Sansa staggered back, hand flying up to shield her face. Her hood fell, red hair spilling across her shoulders. From the broken doorway, a head emerged. This dragon was smaller than Drogon, than the others that clung to Winterfell's towers. Its scales were a deep iron gray, the color of storm clouds over the shivering sea. Its eyes were a strange pale blue shot through with streaks of molten gold. Frost clung to its horns and along the ridges of its back, crackling and melting where they met the heat that steamed from its nostrils. It pulled itself free in a shower of stone dust and ancient dirt, shaking like a dog emerging from water. Its wings unfurled, brushing the ceiling, sending a rain of pebbles down. The crypt filled with the smell of hot metal and old ice. Sansa's heart slammed against her ribs. The dragon's gaze locked on her. For a breath, for two, they simply stared. It could kill me with a flick of its head, Sansa thought, in a strange, calm way. Before I could draw a breath to scream. It could incinerate the crypts, melt the statues, turn my ancestors to ash. The dragon did none of those things. It lowered itself, forelegs bending, belly pressing into the stone floor, tail curling around broken door and shattered rock. Its head dipped, horns sweeping low. One eye remained on her, unblinking. Sansa took a step forward. Her legs did not feel like her own. They felt as though someone had tied her bones to strings and tugged. She moved anyway. "You've been sleeping under my family all this time," she said softly. "Dreaming of fire while ice crept into the halls. I suppose that's fitting." Her hand rose. It trembled as she laid it against the dragon's brow. Heat surged up her arm, through her shoulder, into her chest. Not the all-consuming blaze Daenerys had carried back from Valyria. Nothing that would melt her skin, but a steady, searing warmth. She smelled snow and ash together, weirwood sap and burnt pine. The dragon exhaled. A puff of steam rose between them. In its mind, yes, she could feel it. A vast presence pressing against her own. There was a sense of deep, patient waiting. Of rock, of long nights, listening to the thunder of footsteps above and the whisper of distant wind in the stones. It had slept through centuries of wolves. Now it woke for a Stark. Sansa let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "I'm no dragon lord," she said. "I am no warrior, but I am Lady of Winterfell." The dragon's eyelid flicked. There was something like the faintest echo of amusement in the pressure in her skull. "I will not leave these halls," she whispered. "Not for long. This is my place, my duty. If you would be mine, you must accept that." The dragon blinked slowly, then nudged her, carefully, with its nose. It was like being pushed by a boulder. She stumbled, laughed despite herself, caught her balance against warm scale. "Very well," she said. "We'll guard the north together, you and I. Iron and ice and fire." When she returned to the courtyard, Grey Dragon at her back, the argument fell into silence like a dropped curtain. Daenerys' eyes widened, then narrowed, then warmed. Jon's mouth fell open. Bran merely nodded, as if he had been expecting it. "You found one of the lost," Daenerys said. "It found me," Sansa replied. "What will you call it?" Arya asked, eyes shining. Sansa stroked a hand along the dragon's neck. Frost still clung to some of the scales, stubborn and glittering. Heat steamed gently off them. "Grey Wind is taken," she said, "and Shaggy Dog, and Ghost." She thought of her father's words, so long ago. "Winter is coming. The lone wolf dies, but the pack survives." "Pack," she said. "His name is Pack. He slept under my pack's bones. He will fly for them now. Me. And, The Grey Dragon rumbled, approving. "You see?" Daenerys said to the gathered lords and ladies. "Dragons do not know only one song. They hear others, if given the chance. The world is changing. We either change with it, or we are eaten by those that do." Tyrion Lannister chose that moment to finally arrive from the south, half frozen and more than half dismayed. He rode into Winterfell with a line of carts burdened under casks of wine, sacks of grain, barrels of salted fish, bundles of arrows, bales of fur. Behind them trudged men and women in mixed armor, Lannister crimson, Tyrell green, Tully blue, black and gold Baratheon stags. A ragged scrap of the Riverlands and Reach and Westerlands, drawn north by fear and the promise of dragons. He dismounted in the yard and looked up just in time to see a wildling on a sea-scarred dragon swoop low, whooping, while a small, ferocious girl on a green dragon chased him in tight circles. "Well," Tyrion said weakly, "I leave the capital for a few months, and I return to find the north has sprouted wings." "As you once said," Varys murmured behind him, emerging from a cart with surprising grace. "A very small man can cast a very large shadow." "It appears the Starks have found a way to make that literally true." "You do pick the wrong time to show your bald head," Tyrion said. "If those things decide they don't like the look of you, I'm not sure any amount of cunning will serve." Varys glanced up at the dragons swooping overhead. "Dragons like heat," he said. and I have always been very good at slipping out of hot water." Tyrion snorted. "Let's hope your tongue hasn't gone completely to ice up here," he said. "We're going to need every sharp word we can find to keep the living from tearing one another apart before the dead arrive." They took counsel that night in Winterfell's great hall. The fires were banked high, the air thick with smoke and the smell of roasting meat. Dragons' shadows slid across the ceiling from time to time as they shifted on the roofs, drawn by the warmth. Every bench was full. Northern lords, wildling chieftains, men from the Vale and Riverlands, representatives from far-off Dorne, and the Reach who had ridden or sailed faster than any court had thought they could. The noise when everyone spoke at once was like a storm. They argued about everything. Where to place the spears, how many men to leave at Moat Cailin, whether the dragons should patrol the wall constantly or rest between sorties, whether to risk lighting great fires to keep men from freezing, knowing the others might see the flames like beacons, whether to send ravens still to King's Landing, to beg or demand Cersei's aid. "She will not help you," Jaime Lannister said, breaking his long silence. His hair was more gray than gold now. He wore simple armor without gilding, a sword at his hip, a plain cloak over his shoulders. The stump of his right arm was bound in leather. His left hand was calloused in new ways. He had ridden north with Brienne of Tarth and a ragged handful of sworn men, the last of his honor salvaged from a burning city. "She will hold her throne until the dead arrive," he said. "She will tell herself the cold will never reach that far, that the red keep stones are too proud to crack. She will not march an army north while she thinks she can hold what she has by staying put." "She is a fool," Lyanna Mormont said. "She is," Jaime agreed. "But she is also a queen with wildfire under her city and a willingness to use it. If she sees dragons darkening her skies and a northern host at her gates when this is done, she will burn rather than bend." "She may not have a choice," Daenerys said quietly. Jon shot her a look. "We are talking of the dead," he said. "Let the fights over thrones wait." "They won't," Tyrion said. "Not in the south. Your dead walk in stories down there, Jon Snow. Dragons are real. Dragons cast shadows over their streets. That is what they will see. That is what they will fear. Then we will give them something else to fear first," Daenerys said. "White shadows marching on their fields. Then perhaps they will learn to fear the right thing." Bran's eyes had gone distant, pupils swallowed by white. "They march," he said softly. "They have been marching all this while. They are near the last river now. Hardhome is ashes. Eastwatch's ruins are icicles. They do not hurry. They know the living will come to them like flies to meat. They remember the last time they walked. They mean to go farther this time." "Nay." Silence fell. "How long?" Jon asked. Bran blinked. His eyes refocused slowly. "A moon, perhaps," he said. "Less if they do not meet heavy snow. More if the wind turns. Time is slippery around them. They bend it a little as they pass. Then send word to every man still on the other side of the neck," Jon said. "Tell them to make for Winterfell as if the others were already at their heels. We'll meet them here." "Nay. Shouldn't we meet them at the wall?" one of the Vale Lords demanded. "That's what it's for, isn't it? That's what we've been told all our lives. The wall stops what comes from the north. The wall is cracked," Jon said. "Its magic is broken. They walked through the gap at Eastwatch as if it were a garden gate. The wall is no longer a wall. It's a line of old ice that makes marching slower. That is all." Tyrion rubbed his nose, thoughtful. "Fortifications are useful," he said. "But only if they work. Better a living stronghold with room to maneuver than a broken one that serves only to trap you. Winterfell has thick walls and deep stores. It can be defended. The wall cannot. Not any longer." "No, Besides," Davos said, "if we meet them there, we'll be fighting on a long, narrow strip of stone with a cliff to one side and a drop to the other. I've no mind to slip on ice and fall into the waiting arms of some dead sod, 300 feet below." So we fight here, Sansa said. All eyes swung to her. Winterfell was built to weather winters, she said. We can hold out while others starve behind thinner walls. We have years of harvest in our stores. The South calls us stubborn for settling here. Let them call us that when we're still breathing in their frozen statues and their pretty gardens. You have food for this host then? Varys asked gently. For thousands upon thousands of men. For dragons. No, Sansa said. Not yet. But we have something they don't. We have snow and thick walls and dragons. We can use those to take what we need from those who have hoarded. She met Daenerys' gaze. You said no more chains, she said. That means no more starving while others feast. Send dragons to pluck grain from fat storehouses in the Reach. Send them to burn the ships of any lord who refuses to share. If we are to be one where none, we must eat as one. Daenerys smiled, slow and fierce. I knew I liked you, she said. It will make enemies, Tyrion warned. Sacking a man's stores in a hard winter is as good as putting a sword in his child's throat, in his eyes. If he would rather his grain rot in barns than feed men who fight the dead for him, he is no friend of mine, Sansa said. He is already an enemy. Let him call the dead to fight in his fields instead. It was decided. The dragons would fly. They fanned out across the 7 kingdoms like a living storm. Men in the Reach looked up from their plows to see green and black shadows crossing the sun. The banners of House Tyrell had already fallen, the golden rose trampled by Lannister lions and Faith's sparrows. With no strong Highgarden lord to coordinate, lesser houses hoarded what they had behind their own walls. Those walls melted. Dragons stooped on barns and granaries, melting iron locks with quick puffs of fire, sending men fleeing as carefully measured gouts of flame blackened doors without incinerating the contents. Mounted parties of northern and riverland men rode in their wake, taking grain and salted meat, leaving markers behind, scraps of cloth with a 3-headed dragon and a gray direwolf painted on them, and a message carved by knife into doorposts. We take to fight the dead. Come north for shelter and a sword, or stay and starve when they come. Some came. Peasant families loaded carts with what they could carry and followed the dragon's shadows north. Knights disillusioned with southern games unbuckled their family swords and offered them up to be laid before the Lady of Winterfell and the Dragon Queen. Refugees flowed up the King's Road, adding their strength and fear to the growing storm cloud above Winterfell. Others did not. Lord Tarly of Horn Hill turned away Daenerys' summons as he had spurned her once before. When a red dragon and a gray one came to strip his stores, his archers loosed, and his maester sent ravens with complaints of piracy and theft. They found nothing but smoking fields when they came to see. The dragons had burned the barns only after emptying them, but in their anger they had also scorched the ground. The green that had once promised spring grain was now black and dead for a mile around. Lord Tarly's sons watched in terrified silence as their father screamed his rage at the sky. In the Westerlands, where thin soil and rich silver veins left little surplus, dragons came not for food but for ore. They set their fire to the mouths of mines, softening rock, making it easier for men to hack out glittering hunks of precious metal. Not to hoard, but to forge. In the forges of Dragonstone and White Harbor and even Winterfell, strange new blades were hammered, steel folded with dragon glass, quenched not in oil or water, but in dragon fire itself. The ember in Daenerys' veins hummed in recognition when her hand brushed their hilts. "These will hold," she said. "They will drink cold and not shatter." "Good," Jon said, fastening one at his hip. "We will need them." In Old Town, the Citadel watched all this with increasing dismay. "Dragons and wights in Valyria stirring," an archmaester sputtered, thumping his staff on the floor. "Bedtime tales and madness. We are men of learning, not old wives." "Yes," Marwyn said mildly. "And the world is very impressed with your learning as it DOS everything you fear and more. The dead walk, whether your books like it or not." He packed his things. The glass candle on his table burned with a cold, steady light. It had burned since the roar woke the dragons, its flame green and sharp, its glow clearer than any guttering torch. "Where are you going?" the Archmaester demanded. "North," Marwyn said. "If the world is being reforged, I very much wish to see whose hammers are on the anvil." He rode with a small party, bearing with him a few books too dangerous for most maesters' shelves, and a handful of dragonglass shards long forgotten in the Citadel's darker cellars. Along the way, he passed more refugees heading toward Winterfell, more small folk whispering of dragons crossing the sky and of white shadows in their dreams. "Fire and ice," he muttered, watching a green dragon fly overhead one afternoon, a tiny figure on its back whooping with what sounded like wild joy. Always the two? Always the same dance? Let's see if this time they manage a new step. The long night came down upon them in a single day. One morning dawned gray and bitterly cold. By noon, the sky had turned a leaden, featureless white. Snow fell in fine, stinging needles that drove horizontally on a wind like knives. The ravens refused to leave their perches. The dragons huddled close to the castle chimneys, their breath pluming white, their wings folded tight. By dusk, it was night in truth, though no stars could be seen through the thick, swirling gloom. The cold had a taste now, a metallic tang that coated the tongue. Men's beards froze the moment they stepped out into it. The snow underfoot squeaked, dry and lethal. In the blackness beyond Winterfell's outer walls, things moved. Jon stood on the battlements in full armor, cloak snapping behind him. Ghost sat at his side, fur invisible against the snow, only his red eyes betraying him. Davos, Tormund, Lyanna, Brienne, Jaime, men of a dozen houses stood with him, their breath coming in puffs that turned instantly to ice. "It feels wrong," Tormund muttered. "Winter's always been a bastard, but this is something else." "The wind comes from only one place," Davos said quietly. "North. No matter how it turns. That's not weather, that's a march." Bran sat in a chair near the gatehouse, bundled in furs. His eyes were white, unseeing. "They are near," he said. "They spread like spilled ink, their edges curling around woods and hills. They do not rush. They know we are here. They can smell us like wolves smell meat." "Can they smell the dragons?" Lyanna asked. "Yes," Bran said. "They remember dragonfire. They have tasted it before. They have broken it before." Daenerys stood on the wall opposite Jon. Dragons clustered beneath her like a living, shifting rampart. Drogon's head loomed near her shoulder, smoke curling from his nostrils. Rhaegon was a dark bulk at her back. Bearclaw and Pack and Wavebiter crouched lower down, restlessly flexing their talons on stone. "Let them come," she said. "We will remind them what fire is." "You must not spend it all at once," Tyrion cautioned, standing between her and Jon, drawing his cloak tighter. "If you burn everything you have in the first charge and they survive, we will be left with cold and swords against an enemy that does not feel either." "The dragons are not candles," she said. "Their fire does not gutter because they use it. They will fight as long as I breathe." "Now, that is the problem," Tyrion muttered under his breath, too low for most to hear. "If you stop breathing..." Varys gave him a sharp look. "Do not speak of such things now." "They're here," Bran said. The first ranks of the dead appeared at the edge of the dragon's sight. Shadows within shadows, figures moving stiffly through the snow. They did not raise torches. They did not speak. Only the whisper of their passage marked their presence, and the sudden, crushing weight of cold. They moved with dreadful order. Not a rabble Jon saw, but an army. Their armor was rusted, their weapons mismatched, but they kept formation in lines and blocks, making no sound save the crunch of ice under their boots. Among them lumbered larger shapes, giants with empty eyes, their fur frozen stiff, their hands like clubs of ice. Still they came. "Steady," Jon said softly. "Hold." Dragons shifted, restless. Their breath steamed. Their tails thumped the walls. They tasted the cold, and their hackles, if such heat-born creatures had hackles, rose. Daenerys felt them through the ember, fear and fury, and the animal desire to bathe this insult in flame. Not yet, she thought. Not yet. Wait. Oh. She saw movement at the rear of the undead host. A line of figures on dead horses, cloaks snapping in the unnatural wind. Their armor gleamed faintly blue-white in the gloom. Their swords shimmered with the same pale light. Their eyes burned like chips of frozen sky. At their center rode a taller figure on a skeletal stallion, its flesh hanging in shreds. His armor was a pattern of frost and bone. His crown was a jagged ring of ice. In his hand was a spear of black ice shot through with veins of blue-white flame. The Night King. He lifted his spear. The temperature dropped, impossibly. Further, a sheet of rime raced across the field, coating every blade of grass, every twig. The dead stopped as one. Now, Jon said. Dragons roared. They launched as one, wings beating the icy air into froth. Snow devils whirled in their wake. Fire gathered in their throats, building from embers to furnace, from furnace to sun. Daenerys felt herself lift with them, her heart beating in time with Drogon's, with Rhaegon's, with all the others. The ember within her flared, thrilled and hungry. Burn, it whispered. Burn them all. She held it on a leash of will. Not all, she thought. Just enough. She pointed. Drogon and Rhaegon stooped as one, opening their jaws. Lines of fire fell from the sky, twin torrents of red and gold that turned snow to steam where they struck. They carved through the front ranks of the dead, vaporizing flesh, shattering bone. The first charge of whites vanished in an instant glare. The ground itself blackened, cracking. The dead behind them marched on. Again! Jon shouted. Bearclaw and Wavebiter came in next, their flames greenish gold and deep blue. They scoured wide swathes through the oncoming mass, leaving holes that the dead behind simply filled, stepping over the charred, broken bodies of those who had been burned. Some did not fall. Here and there, in the glimmering sheets of fire, a white continued forward, its flesh blackening, its hair burning off, but something in it refusing to let go. A few reached the very edge of the molten scars before finally collapsing, crawling, grasping bony fingers toward the walls as their bodies burned away. Gah, Davos whispered. How do you kill something that doesn't know it's dead? You take its master's head, Tormund growled. Same as any beast. The Night King watched the dragons with a curious, almost detached air, as though in some deep part of him he found this an interesting experiment. When the fourth wave of fire washed over his army, his horse's nostrils steamed, but frost clung stubbornly to its mane. He lifted his hand. The dead stopped. Behind him, the great shadow of the forest shivered. Trees cracked, shedding limbs. Snow fell in sheets. Shapes stepped out from between the trunks. Not men, not giants, but something else. Tall, spindly figures made of ice and broken branches. Their limbs too long, their movements jerkily graceful. Their heads were smooth ovals of frost, featureless save for twin points of blue light. They made new ones, Bran said aloud, though his eyes were white. New others. Not men turned by ancient bargain. Things sculpted from the forest's bones and the wall's heart. No, nay. Can dragons burn ice given form? Tyrion wondered. We're about to find out, Jon said. The ice figures raised arms of jagged crystal. Cold leapt from them in visible waves, ripples of pale light that rolled across the battlefield. Where they touched dragonfire, the flames shrunk, twisted, guttered. Not completely. Not yet. But enough that the burning lines the dragons were etching in the snow shortened, their brightness dimming. They learn, Daenerys whispered, horror and reluctant admiration mingling. They watch, they adapt. Then we must be faster, Jon said. Smarter. The fight became a dance. Dragons swooped and spat fire, then wheeled away before the ice waves could wash over their wings. Men on the walls loosed dragonglass-tipped arrows into the oncoming ranks, the black glass shattering bone and frost, exploding some whites into powder while merely slowing others. Catapults hurled casks of burning oil mixed with ground obsidian, the resulting explosion sending up clouds of glittering shards that clung to dead flesh and made it crumble. The dead answered with silence and cold. When whites fell, more took their place. When the front ranks were obliterated, the ones behind stepped into the fire pit without hesitation, bodies piling, smothering flame, turning molten snow to black, frozen slush. Giants swung limbs like battering rams, battering at the gates. The ice figures hurled spears and lances of frozen air that struck the walls and spread, trying to seep into the stone. Pack, Sansa's dragon, landed on the battlements above the main gate, his gray head lowering to blast the oncoming giants with a concentrated stream of fire. Their fur went up like torches, their roars cut off as their insides cooked. Still, some stumbled forward a few more steps before falling. "Hold!" Sansa shouted, voice clear despite the noise. "Hold the gate! Archers there! Aim for those tall ones." She pointed at the ice sculptors in the rear. Arrows arced out, black against blue-gray. Some shattered harmlessly against ice limbs. A few found purchase, dragonglass heads biting into frost. Where they did, the ice blackened, cracked, and fell away in chunks. Two of the strange creatures burst apart, their pieces melting instantly to slush. The others shifted, not with human surprise, but with tactical awareness. They retreated, interposing ranks of dead men in front of themselves, using their thralls as shields. "Cowardly shits," Tormund muttered. "This is not cowardice," Bran said quietly. "This is calculation. They have fought dragons before. They lost then. They mean not to lose now." Jon's breath plumed in clouds. His fingers were numb inside his gloves. His heart hammered not only from the cold, but from the constant surge and crash of battle. The alternation of hope when a dragon pass cleared a swath and despair when the dead filled it again. "We need to break their line," he said. "Smash them in one place and drive through to the Night King. If he falls, they all fall." "That's the tale, isn't it?" Davos said. "Take the head, kill the snake. Gods know if it's true." Brienne's jaw was clenched. "It's a plan," she said. "I followed worse." "Then we make a hole," Daenerys said. Her face was flushed with heat, a strange counterpoint to the frost crusting her lashes. Her hair clung damply to her temples. Her eyes burned. She whistled. Drogon and Rhaegon wheeled mid-air and arrowed toward her. Bearclaw broke off harrying the left flank and came too. Wavebiter and Pack held the edges, their fire spreading out in lower, sweeping skirts to keep the dead from closing in. "Jon," she said, "with me, you take Drogon. I'll take Rhaegon. We burn a wedge straight down their throat. We don't stop until we're on top of him." Jon swallowed. "And if he has more ice spears?" he asked, thinking of the show he'd dreamed once, a Valyrian falling in shards. "Then don't get hit," Tormund said cheerfully. "Very helpful," Jon muttered. He ran for the stairs, Ghost at his heels. Snow stung his face, the cold clawing at his lungs. Men pressed aside for him, eyes wide, some reaching out as if to touch him, to reassure themselves he was real. He hardly felt their hands. Drogon landed in the courtyard like a falling tower. Jon scrambled up his side, fingers brushing hot, ridged scales. The dragon rumbled, half impatience, half welcome. "Fly," Jon whispered. He did. They rose into the storm, into wind that tried to tear them from the air. Jon flattened himself against the saddle, legs gripping hard, cloak whipping. For a moment he was in chaos, snow, wind, the dizzying swirl of motion. Then he found the rhythm of the wings. Drogon's power surged beneath him, steady and strong. The dragon's heart beat in his bones. The fear that had gnawed at him since he first set eyes on these beasts on Dragonstone shrank. We are one for now, he thought. They burst out from above the walls together, two great dark shapes splitting the snowstorm. Dragonfire gathered in their throats. Daenerys' mind was ablaze. The ember sang in her, thrilled at this moment. It saw not only the field before Winterfell, but echoes of other fields, in other ages. Valyrian hosts sweeping down on cities that had dared defy them, dragonflame turning walls to viscous slag. It wanted her to revel, to exult, to tip her head back and howl with the joy of destruction. She gritted her teeth. Not for conquest, she thought. For survival. They stooped. Fire poured down. This time, they did not aim broad. They aimed deep. Two lances of pure flame carved a wedge straight into the center of the undead army. Where they struck, dead men and beasts exploded into fragments, ash and bone and steam erupting. The shockwave knocked the front rank sideways. A giant's head went spinning, its crown of frozen hair shattering against another's shoulder. "Now!" Jon shouted. Drogon folded his wings partially and plunged into the fire lane they had created. For a moment, they flew through their own flame, heat hellish even for dragon and rider. Jon's armor grew scorching against his skin. His eyes watered. He tasted metal. Then they were through, into a corridor of steam and char. Behind them, Rhaegon followed, his fire washing the edges of the path to keep it open. The Night King watched them come. He raised his spear. "Down!" Jon shouted. Drogon twisted, rolling in mid-air with a grace no horse could match. The spear hurtled past, so close Jon felt its cold on his cheek. Where it passed, the air crystallized, leaving a glittering trail. Daenerys felt the brush of that cold as if it had scraped her own bones. The ember hissed, outraged. She bared her teeth. Rhaegon spat fire straight at the Night King. The white-crowned figure raised his free hand. The fire hit an invisible wall. It spread around him, a dome of flame that roared and writhed but did not touch him. Steam exploded outward as heat met the killing cold. Jon flinched as the shock hit Drogon, the dragon's wings stuttering for a heartbeat. When the flame cleared, the Night King was still there. He lowered his hand. His eyes met Daenerys. They were empty of hate, empty of anything. They were winter. Something inside her quailed. Something else. The ember leaned forward, fascinated. Dragonfire had not killed him. Not as she had used it. Not yet. "Again!" Jon shouted. "Together." She nodded. Not that he could see. And banked Rhaegon into position. Drogon swung around on the other side. They came in from two angles, fire gathering, hearts pounding. The Night King moved his horse forward a few paces, into the charred ruin around him. He lifted both arms. The ice figures behind him raised theirs in echo. Cold rushed outward. It met the dragon's fire mid-air. The collision was like the shattering of a bell struck too hard. Flame and frost exploded in a sphere around them, blinding white-gold light and blue-white sparks. Wind hammered Jon sideways. He clung, teeth gritted, as Drogon screamed, banking wildly. For a terrible moment he thought they were falling. Then a third roar joined the chaos. From above, from the boiling clouds, a white streak fell. Bran's dragon. It plummeted like a spear of pale iron, wings folded, eyes burning silver. Bran's mind rode in it, the weirwood roots and raven wings in his awareness meeting dragonfire and sky in a dizzying rush. The ice sphere was a pattern. He saw its flaws as he might see cracks in a frozen river. He saw where it was thinnest, not at the center, where the Night King stood, but at the edges, where frost met flame without will to guide it. The white dragon opened its jaws. Its fire was not red, or gold, or green. It was a blinding, almost colorless white, so hot it seemed to leach color from the world around it. It lanced into the side of the colliding sphere. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then the sphere cracked. Shards of ice and molten air exploded outward. Some struck Drogon Rhaegar the White Dragon. They shrieked, flinching, scales smoking where the fragments touched. The rest hurled into the dead ranks, turning some whites to dust, freezing others solid before shattering them. The Night King staggered. Just half a step. Just enough. A cry went up from the walls. Jon saw the opening. "No!" he roared, though he was not sure who he shouted to. Himself. Drogon die. The dragons. The gods. He leapt. Later, he would not be able to say why he did not simply have Drogon dive. Why he chose to fling himself from the saddle, sword in hand, toward a figure of ice and death. Perhaps some part of him knew that a dragon, even one he rode, might be turned. That if the Night King laid hands on Drogon's neck, if that spear struck deep, all they had would be stolen. Perhaps some other part of him had simply had enough of watching from a height. He fell through air that burned and froze at once. The Night King looked up. For an instant, Jon saw his own reflection in those pale eyes, a flicker of black hair and steel and stubborn, doomed defiance. Then he was upon him. Longclaw's Valyrian steel met the Night King's ice spear. The impact sent a jolt up Jon's arms like striking stone. Sparks. Blue, white, strange, flew. The spear did not shatter. Neither did the sword. They locked, for a heartbeat, weapon against weapon. The Night King's strength was inhuman. He shoved, trying to send Jon spinning away. Something else struck from the side. Rhaegar's tail. The dragon had not needed a command. It swiped instinctively at the thing that threatened its riders, its queen. The heavy, spike-studded length of its tail slammed into the Night King's chest. Ice cracked. The Night King went flying, his spear tumbling from his hand. He struck the ground and slid, leaving a furrow in the charred snow. For once, he did not rise immediately. Jon hit the ground hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. He rolled, barely managing to avoid being crushed under Drogon's talons as the dragon landed in a fury of wings. He came up gasping, world spinning, snow and ash and bone fragments in his hair. Longclaw was still in his hand. The spear lay a few yards away, half buried in the frozen ground. Frost crawled outward from it in delicate patterns. The Night King pushed himself up onto one elbow. His armor was cracked along the breastplate, a jagged line running from collar to hip. Pale, eerie light leaked from the fissures. His eyes burned brighter, as if with something like anger. Jon staggered to his feet. His legs felt like wood. His lungs burned. His fingers were numb. He raised Longclaw. He heard distantly the roar of dragons and the screams of men. He heard someone shouting his name, high and fierce. Arya, maybe, or Lyanna, or someone else. It all faded. There was only him, and the thing that had stalked his nightmares since the fist of the first men. The Night King stood. Frost fell from him in sheets. He called, and dead men surged forward, forming a wall between them. Rotting flesh and bone, cracked armor, and frozen eyes. "Burn them!" someone shouted. Jon shook his head. "No time," he rasped. He ran. The ember flared in Daenerys like a sun going nova. She felt the moment as clearly as she felt her own heartbeat. Jon, falling. Jon, striking. Jon, facing what she could not burn. The old Valyrian in her, the thing that had whispered of empire and destiny, did not care if he lived or died, so long as the Night King fell. Another hero would arise. There were always more. Fire endures. Flesh is brief. The Daenerys who had walked through the red waste with blistered feet, who had held dying slaves in her arms, who had chained her dragons when their flame had killed a child, cared very much. She screamed, not aloud. Inside, Drogon heard it. The black dragon stooped, fire forgotten, teeth bared. He crashed into the wall of whites like a living avalanche, claws tearing, wings buffeting. He ripped and crushed and flung bodies aside, carving a path through the dead with sheer physical fury. Jon plunged down that path like a man in a dream. Longclaw drank death. Valyrian steel met dead flesh, parted bone, shattered brittle armor. Wights fell to either side of him, some still reaching, fingers grazing his cloak even as their heads rolled. The cold clawed his chest, tried to sink into his bones. He ran through it. The Night King watched him come. He did not reach for another spear. He reached instead with his will. Dead hands clawed their way up from beneath the trampled snow. Corpses that had fallen moments ago spasmed, jerked, began to rise again even as their heads lolled. The very air thickened, trying to slow Jon's limbs to make his muscles seize. Bran.tu. From the wall, from the godswood, from the heart trees beyond, Bran reached back. He did not move his lips. He did not raise his hands. He sank his awareness deep into the roots that spread beneath Winterfell, into the ancient slumbering power that had watched Starks live and die for thousands of years. The other's cold had touched the weirwoods. It had tried to creep into their hearts. It had left a sheen of ice on their white bark. It had whispered promises of stillness. The heart trees did not answer words. They answered memory. Bran poured into them every image he had ever seen of warm things. Children playing with snowballs, women laughing by hearths, men sweating in training yards, wolves racing through green summer forests. He gave the roots the sound of his father's voice, the touch of his mother's hand, the feel of needle pricks on his skin the first time he learned a new craft. He gave them the roar of dragons and the clash of steel and the taste of hot meat and the ache of first love and the grief of last goodbyes. The trees shuddered. For a moment, their carved faces seemed to strain, as if waking from a long, cold sleep. Red sap, thick and sluggish, began to flow again. The cold in the ground faltered. Some of the hands reaching up to drag Jon down froze, not with ice, but as lifeless wood. Their fingers rotted, crumbled, turned to mulch. The grasping mass around his legs loosened just enough. He burst through. They met in a circle of dead and burning snow. The Night King raised his hand, not in a grand, sweeping gesture, but in a quick, almost human attempt to catch Jon's wrist. His fingers were ice. They closed like iron bands. Pain flared, a sudden sear of cold on Jon's forearm. Skin cracked, blood freezing. Longclaw's point dipped. The Night King's other hand came up faster than any living man's. It aimed for Jon's throat, fingers like a knife. A gray shape slammed into him from the side. Ghost. Bite. The direwolf had leapt from the wall without hesitation. He hit the Night King's shoulder and clamped down, teeth sinking into the cracked armor, into the faintly glowing break beneath. Frost exploded outward where his jaws met ice. His own fur blackened in patches, freezing, but he did not let go. The Night King staggered. His grip on Jon's wrist loosened. Jon drove Longclaw up with everything he had left. The Valyrian steel slid between the broken plates and into the Night King's chest. For an instant, nothing happened. Then, the world shattered. The Night King's eyes widened, not with fear, but with something like recognition. Cracks spiderwebbed from the point where Longclaw entered, racing across his armor, his skin, his crown. Light poured out, blue-white, cold as the heart of winter, searing as dragonfire. Jon's vision went blank. Sound vanished. When it returned, it did so with a roar like a hurricane dying. The Night King exploded. Not in flame, not in blood, but in a storm of ice shards and light. Ghost was flung aside, yelping, fur smoking where fragments struck him. Jon went down on his back, breath driven from him again. Across the battlefield, every other shrieked. The sound was thin and high, like ice breaking. They shattered, one by one, bursting into a spray of frost and light. Their ice creations cracked and fell, their limbs crumbling to dust. The dead stopped. In front of the walls, a wight raising its rusted sword froze mid-motion. Its eyes flickered. Blue light went out. It collapsed, collapsing into a heap of lifeless bone and cloth. The giants fell like felled trees, shaking the ground. For a moment, there was only the sound of things falling. Then silence. Snow fell softly. John lay in the center of a circle of melt and frost and darkness, staring at a sky he could not see. His arm throbbed where the Night King's grip had burned him. His lungs hurt. His ears rang. "Is it over?" he whispered. "No," said a voice beside him. Daenerys knelt in the snow. Her hair was singed at the ends. Blood, hers or someone else, streaked her cheek. Her eyes were blazing, not with emberlight alone now, but with something fiercer. "Not yet," she said. "But the dead will not march farther. We have broken their spear point. The army will crumble without a head. There will still be pockets, still cold things and dark corners, but no more marching hosts." John tried to sit up. Pain flared down his spine. She put a hand on his shoulder. "Rest," she said. "Others can clean the field. You've done your part." He tried to smile. It came out crooked. "I'm not fond of being a hero," he said. "It hurts." "You're better at it than most," she replied. Ghost staggered back to his side, fur scorched in places, eyes still fierce. John buried a hand in his ruff. "Good boy," he murmured. "Braver than any man here." The dire wolf huffed, unconvinced. Around them, men emerged from behind the battlements, from the gates, from the shelter of overturned carts and barricades, blinking in the sudden absence of howling cold. They moved cautiously at first, prodding fallen wights with swords and spears, half expecting them to rise again. They did not. Tormund strode across the corpse-littered field and nudged a fallen giant with his boot. "Dead," he said. "Proper dead this time." Lyanna stood atop Bearclaw's shoulder, looking down over the carnage. "We'll still need to burn them," she said. "All of them. I'll not have any walking again because we grew careless." "We will," Sansa said from the walls, Pack's gray head looming beside her. "Pile them and burn them. Save the wood we can. We'll need it. Monday." She looked beyond the field, to where the land rose toward the heart of the north. For the first time in weeks, the horizon was clear. No more black line of moving dead. No more creeping frost. Only snow and the faint, dark smudges of trees. "We did it," Arya said, breathless, appearing at Sansa's side. She had blood on her face, not all of it hers. "We actually did it." "For now," Bran said. They looked at him. "The dead do not forget," he said. "They have fallen before. They will rise again in another age, when someone else breaks some other bargain. That is how these things go. But for us, for this time, it is done." "None." Arya made a face. "You're terrible at celebrations," she said. "You know that." Bran's lips twitched. "I do," he said. "It's one of the few things I know about myself that is simple. The battle for the living had been won. The war for the world's shape was just beginning. In the weeks that followed, the dead were burned. It took a long time. There were so many. Pyres rose outside Winterfell's walls, long, low mounds of wood and bodies, stacked with brutal efficiency. Men from every house and no house worked together, rolling corpses, hacking apart those that had frozen together, dragging limbs and torsos into piles. The smell was indescribable. Burning flesh, old rot, wet wool. All churned together under a sky that slowly, grudgingly began to show pale glimpses of blue. Dragons helped. They lit the pyres with careful, measured blasts of flame, then flew off again, their bellies heavy with the meat of butchered elk and last summer's salted stores. They grew restless as the days lengthened. Their eyes turned more often to the south. "They feel the embers pull," Daenerys said, watching Drogon pace along the ridge, tail lashing. "It calls them back to Valyria, to the forges, to the heart of what they are." "You answer it still," Jon said quietly. They stood together on a rise above the field, the smell of smoke curling around them. Snow melted here, running in rivulets. "I listen," she said. "Listening is not the same as obeying." "Sometimes it is," he said. "If you listen long enough, if the voice is strong enough, you start to think its thoughts are your own." She looked at him sharply. "You speak from experience," she said. He shrugged, looking away. "I've had enough of other people's oaths in my mouth," he said. "Vows to the Night's Watch, vows to kings who didn't deserve them, vows old men made before I was born, expecting me to die for them. I choose my own vows now." "And what do you choose?" she asked. He was silent for a moment. "I choose to keep my people alive," he said. "Whatever my people means now. Wolves, crows, wildlings, dragon riders, southern lords. I've bled for too many of them not to care. If that means standing between you and the ember when it tries to burn the world for glory, then that is what I'll do." "Nadia." She smiled despite the seriousness of his words. "Who stands between me and you when you would ride into death because you think it will help someone?" she asked. "Ghost," he said. "He bites my hand." Ghost, lying in the snow at his feet, huffed in agreement. "We have to go south," Daenerys said. "The dead will not march on King's Landing now, but the living there will not know that. They will see dragons and northern banners, and think only of conquest. Cersei will not sit and wait. She will plan. She will move. She has wildfire. She might decide to burn her own city rather than let us in." "None." "Then we must reach it before she can," Jon said. "And when we do?" she asked. "What then?" "I meant what I said. No more chains. No more thrones built on skulls. I will not sit the Iron Throne as it is and call that victory." He looked southward. "That throne was forged in dragonfire," he said, "from the blades of men who surrendered, or died. Perhaps it has served its time." "You would destroy it?" she asked. "If it keeps you from becoming what your father was," he said. "Yes." The ember bristled in her, offended. She quieted it. "Perhaps I will melt it," she said. "Forge something new from its metal, a plowshare, or 100 swords, all equal, to be distributed to every house that bends the knee to a world without masters." "You think in symbols," Jon said. "Symbols shape men's hearts," she replied. "If I sit in that jagged thing made of old conquests, I will think like a conqueror. If I sit in a hall with no throne, I will think like a woman among equals. I know which I'd rather be, even with dragons at my back." "No, you won't be among equals," he said. "Not really. Not while you can call down fire on anyone who displeases you." "Then you must be my equal," she said. "You and Sansa and every lord who dares say no to me. My dragons answer my blood. They have begun to answer other songs. I must surround myself with people who will sing a song that is not only fire." He huffed a laugh. "You make ruling sound like swordplay," he said. "It is harder than that," she said. "Obey physics. Men obey only themselves." They gathered their forces. Those too wounded to march stayed at Winterfell, under Sansa's care. The Lady of the North did not sail south, though Pack paced restlessly when the time came, wings itching for air. "You will stay," Sansa told him, hand on his gray neck. "You are Winterfell's fire. If I step away, someone must remain to burn for us. Jon will ride his dragon. Dany will ride hers. Let them. We will hold the North together." Pack grumbled, blowing hot air in her face, but he lowered himself alongside the main hall, curling his tail around the old well as if to claim it. He would watch. Arya did not go either. "I've seen enough of Southerners for 10 lifetimes, she said. "If they want to bend the knee, they can come up here and do it in the snow. Besides, someone has to keep an eye on you." She poked Bran lightly on the forehead. "I have eyes everywhere," he said mildly. "Not the right ones," she said. "You look too far. You might miss the knife coming from the next room." Bran smiled slightly. Very well, he said. Watch the knives. I'll watch the rivers and the roots. She kissed Joan's cheek before he left, startling him. Don't get yourself killed twice, she said. I'll try not to, he replied. The dragons flew south again, this time with more discipline. They had learned from the war with the dead. They flew in echelons, scouting ahead and to the sides, their riders communicating through swoops and signals, and in Daenerys' case something deeper, a shared awareness with her dragons that let her feel what they felt, see faint echoes of what they saw. The Ember rejoiced. It had watched Valyria's legions move like this once, centuries ago. Shadows passing over fields and towns that had no choice but to bend. It had exulted then, drunk on the sense of inevitability. It felt something like that again now, but it was not the same. The riders were not all of one blood. Their banners were a ragged patchwork. Stark gray, Targaryen red and black, wildling chaos, the sun and spear of Dorne, the three-headed dragon and direwolf sigil that Sansa had devised for their joint host. There would be no neat empire of one color cast across the maps in the Citadel's vaults. There would be something messier. The known world watched them come. In the Riverlands, where fields had already been trampled a dozen times in a dozen wars, peasants cowered at first, expecting more burning. Instead, dragons landed in their fallow fields and let children touch their scales. Daenerys and Jon and Lyanna and Tormund and the quiet Karstark boy, Eddard Karstark of all things, sat at common tables with local lords, explaining, again and again, what had happened in the north, what was coming next. You mean to rule us with dragons, one lord said bluntly. Whether you call it freedom or not. I mean to protect you with dragons, Daenerys replied. From dead men, from men who would chain your children. From fire I did not start. If you would rather stand alone when the next storm comes, you are free to try. But the world will not keep spinning in its old grooves. They are cracked. You will fall into the spaces if you cling to them. Some swore, then and there. Others held back, waiting to see who would win when dragonfire met wildfire above King's Landing. In the capital, Cersei Lannister sharpened her rage. Reports had come, first incredulous, then terrified. Dragons in the north. Dragons in the Riverlands. Dragons in the Reach. An army of mixed men and women marching south behind them, leaving broken chains and burned sigils in their wake. What does she want? Cersei demanded, pacing the painted floor of the small council chamber. Everything, I suppose. They always want everything. Fire and blood. That's their words, isn't it? She claims she wants to break the wheel, Qyburn said, hands folded in his sleeves. To end the cycle of houses rising and falling. To abolish slavery and the more subtle forms of bondage. To share power. Cersei laughed. It was not a humorous sound. Share? She said. No one who carries dragons shares. They devour, or they own. It's what they do. It's what we all do when we have teeth. Euron Greyjoy lounged in a high-backed chair, boots on the table, his only hand wrapped around a cup of wine. He had brought his fleet into Blackwater Bay weeks ago, sails billowing, eyes bright with promise and madness. You still have the wildfire, he said. You still have the Red Keep. Let her come. Let her fill the sky with her lizards, then burn her from beneath. She has more dragons than Aegon ever did, Qyburn said cautiously. And she has Starks and Wildlings and Dornishmen and half the Riverlands at her back. Wildfire might kill some of them. It might kill you as well if the wind turns. I will not flee my city, Cersei said. I will not skulk in some Essosi townhouse and hear of a whore from across the sea sitting my throne. I will not live in a world where wolves howl over my bones. She stopped pacing, hands on the back of the chair that had been Robert's, that had once been Aerys's. Her knuckles whitened. They say she has my little brother at her side, she said. Do they? That he speaks for her. That he lies for her. That he drinks at her table and laughs at her jests. May he? Yes, Qyburn said. Cersei's voice went cold and thin. "Then I will kill them both," she said. "If I must burn this city to the ground and dance in the ashes, I will do it, so long as I know their bones are beneath my feet." No one in the room believed that dance would be anything but a stumble into death. They made their plans anyway. The dragons did not come straight down the King's Road. Daenerys had learned from the war with the dead, from the Ember, from old tales of siege and slaughter. She did not mean to fly straight into whatever Cersei and Qyburn had prepared in the city's heart. They came instead along the coast, skirting Blackwater Bay at a height too great for scorpions to easily target. They waited until night, when the dragons' fires could be seen from leagues away, yes, but also when their shadows were harder to track, their movements less predictable. From the deck of a small, fast ship, Tyrion watched the glow of King's Landing ahead. The red of hundreds of torches along the walls, the softer, warmer yellow of hearths and candles. The sickly green glimmered deep below the city where wildfires slept. "It's still beautiful," he said, hating the softness in his own voice. "It is," Varys agreed. "Even ugly things can be beautiful in certain light." Sure. "She hates it," Tyrion said. "She always did. The people, the noise, the smells. She loved only the view from up there." He nodded toward the barely visible spike of the Red Keep's highest tower. "And you?" Varys asked. "I love the books," Tyrion said. "The wine. The rare moments when someone's death actually made the world a little better instead of worse. We'll see how many of those we get tonight." On the dragons' backs, the riders felt the city before they saw it. Heat and fear and the tangled knot of 100,000 lives pressed together. The ember in Daenerys' chest recognized the shape of it, as if seeing a younger sibling to Valyria. Less refined, more chaotic, but shaped around something similar. A seat of power, a nexus of roads, a place where men had built and broken and built again. Drogon rumbled under her. He remembered this place. He had flown over it once, in another story, in another future. He had scorched its walls. He had watched women and children burn to dust under his shadow while his riders screamed with a grief that had become madness. He carried a different rider now. "Remember," she whispered, hand on his neck. "We burn to free, not to break. We burn to stop something worse. We burn only what we must." The ember seethed. Must, it thought. Must is such a small word for such large deeds. Below, scorpions creaked into position. They had multiplied. Qyburn's improved designs lined the walls, the towers, the decks of Euron's ships. Iron and wood and steel, their thick ropes ready to be released. Their bolts tipped with wicked steel, some glistening faintly with a substance Varys did not recognize from a distance. "They've laced some with wildfire," Qyburn had explained proudly to Cersei. "If they pierce a dragon's hide, the fire will spread from the inside out." Cersei had smiled. "Lovely," she had said. The first bolts loosed as the dragons swept into range. Huge spears of iron and flaming green shot upward, hissing through the air. Drogon twisted, Rhaegon banked, Bearclaw folded his wings and dropped. Wavebiter rolled, one bolt grazing his flank, leaving a streak of sizzling green that he shook off with a shriek. One bolt found no dragon. It flew on, up toward two figures silhouetted against the sky. Jon and Lyanna. They were flying Bearclaw in tandem, Lyanna in front, Jon behind, steadying the younger rider. Bearclaw had taken to Lyanna so fiercely that the green dragon sometimes ignored Daenerys' calls. Jon flew with them on this run, both to keep them from doing something too reckless, and because Bearclaw's agility would be needed to weave through the scorpion fire. Lyanna saw the bolt at the last possible moment. She wrenched Bearclaw's head aside. The bolt screamed past, so close its wind slapped them flat. It struck something else, a bell tower on the Sept of Baelor. The wildfire inside its tip detonated. Green flame roared outward, devouring stone and bell alike. The tower collapsed in a shower of molten rock and burning shards. The streets below filled with screams as burning fragments fell. 7 hells, Jon hissed. They'll burn their own city before we can, Lyanna spat. Stupid southern shits. Not stupid, Jon said. Desperate. Then we give them something better to be desperate about, Lyanna said. Like not getting crushed under their own walls. Daenerys saw it all. The embers surged. This is what they do, it whispered. They trap fire under their cities and then blame us when it spills out. Burn them. Burn them all. Clean the slate. Her hands tightened on Drogon's neck. She could. One pass, one long scream of fire, and the Red Keep would be gone. Another, and the streets would be clear of scorpions, of soldiers, of anyone who could say no to her. A few more, and King's Landing would be a black scar where a nest of vipers had once coiled. Children would die. Men and women who had never had a say in who ruled them would die, screaming. She thought of the child in Meereen whose charred body had been brought to her. She had told herself then that she had not ordered that burning. That it had been a mistake. That her dragons had been her children, not yet under her full control. She had locked them away after. For a time, there would be no locking away what lived in her now. Dany! Jon's voice cut through the roar of wind and flame. His dragon was far off to the side, but she heard him as if he were next to her. Aim for the scorpions. The walls. Not the streets. Not the streets, she thought. Not the people who had cheered her once from afar, when she freed slaves in cities they'd only heard of. Dracarys, she whispered. Drogon answered. His fire poured, not onto the crowded streets, but onto the walls. He scorched the crenellations where scorpions stood, melting iron, warping wood. Men manning them shrieked and fell, their bodies tumbling into the bay, into the squares, into the alleys. Rhaegon followed, his fire focused on Euron's fleet. The first ship went up like tinder. The second sails caught, flame racing up the masts. Men leapt overboard, some already burning. Water hissed and turned to steam when dragonflame touched it, blinding archers, making it harder for those on the walls to aim. Lyanna and Bearclaw Dove straight at a scorpion on the southern tower. At the last moment, the dragon opened his jaws and blew. The blaze cut neatly through the machine and the men around it, reducing them to slag and ash. Bearclaw pulled up hard, wings beating. Lyanna whooped. One less, she shouted. Keep going! Bolts still flew. One grazed Wavebiter's wing, tearing a jagged hole in the membrane. He faltered, dropping several yards before Tormund's rudimentary, bellowed commands got him level again. The dragon's blood sizzled where it fell on the city below. Jaime Lannister watched all this from the gate. He had insisted on being there when the dragons came. If this was to be the city's last day, he would not spend it in a cellar. Brienne stood at his side, her great sword slung across her back. The gold hand at his wrist glinted dully. They're not burning the streets, she said, surprised. Not yet, he said. He watched Drogon swoop low over the Red Keep, fire lashing along the outer walls, shattering towers, turning stone to glowing slag. The memory of another day shimmered over this one. The day he had run a sword through Aerys Targaryen's back. The day he had watched wildfire bloom under the city, green petals rising to devour men and women who had never crossed the Mad King in their lives. I killed one, he said softly. One what? Brienne asked. One dragon, he said. A man in a dragon's chair, with fire in his veins and no care for who it burned. I thought I'd done my duty. Saved the city, saved the realm. He laughed, short and bitter. And now, he said, I find the realm is full of dragons and kings and queens and fires no one can put out. You saved who you could, Brienne said. You can only ever save who you can. The rest is God's work, or dragons. In the throne room, Cersei watched the ceiling crack. Chunks of red-painted plaster fell, shattering on the black stone floor. Dust drifted down like fine snow. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end of the hall, its knives catching the trembling light. She had dismissed her court hours ago, sending them scurrying to cellars, to ships, to wherever they thought safety might lie. Only Clyburn remained, and a handful of fanatics too afraid of her to flee. The rumble of dragonfire pounded through the walls. The air smelled faintly of smoke and something else. Ozone, perhaps, or the ghost of wildfire. She'd not dare, Cersei murmured. Not to the city, not after she's told the whole world she's their savior. She might, Qyburn said. Desperation makes saints into monsters and monsters into saints. And she carries something else in her now, your grace. My little birds whisper of Valyria stirring, of old fires waking. She is not only herself, she is something older. Naim, Denai? Then she and I are alike, Cersei said. I carry my father's cruelty. She carries her ancestors' madness. The world keeps recycling its horrors. How dull. She walked slowly down the length of the hall, her skirts whispering on the floor. Her hand trailed along the arm of the throne, fingers brushing the twisted iron. She remembered her first sight of it as a girl, the way it dwarfed everyone, the way even Tywin Lannister had seemed smaller when he stood before it. I will not be paraded through the streets, she said. I will not kneel before that silver-haired slut and listen to her speeches about freedom while she sits where I should. No, Qyburn agreed. You have enough wildfire? She asked. Yes, he said. Enough to crack the city like an egg. Good, she said. She turned to look at him. Leave, she said. He blinked. Your grace? Leave, she repeated. Take whoever you can bribe or frighten. Get on a ship. Get out of my city. Live to tell the tale. If there is any world left to tell it to. He hesitated. I swore myself to you, he said. You swore yourself to knowledge, she snapped. This is your chance to learn what happens when dragons meet wildfire up close. Go. I will not have you cluttering my floor when I burn. He bowed, very low. As you command, he said. He left. Cersei was alone with the throne. She climbed its steps slowly, her hand steady on the hilt of the small dagger at her belt. Not to stab herself. That was not her style. To cut her palm. She reached the top and turned, looking out over the empty hall. She could almost see them, the ghosts of courtiers, of her father, of Jaime, of children she had lost. Joffrey and Myrcella and Tommen, arrayed below, watching her with eyes that had never seen dragons. All this, she whispered, for nothing. She slashed her palm. Blood welled, dark and red. She let it drip on the iron at her feet. If the world will not belong to my line, she said softly, then let no one have it. She did not know the old words of Valyria. She did not know the spells that had once bound wildfire and dragonfire together and wedded them to human will. She knew hate. Sometimes, that was enough. Far below the city, in hidden vaults and forgotten cellars, wildfire stirred. It had been laid there by Aerys, by his pyromancers, by Qyburn's clever hands. It filled pottery jars and iron-banded barrels. It coated hidden troughs and seeped into cracks in the rock. It woke to the distant roar of dragons. It woke to the echo of an old promise, the one Aerys had made when he first ordered the caches laid, the vow that if he could not have his kingdom, no one would. Fire called to fire. It woke to the sting of Lannister blood on iron. The ember felt it. Far away on Drogon's back, Daenerys gasped. Something beneath the city was burning. Not yet erupted, not yet released, but kindling. Gathering. She saw, through Drogon's eyes, faint threads of green light pulsing under the streets. Lines running from the Red Keep to the Great Sept's ruins, to the granaries, to the gates. A network of potential ruin, waiting. She saw Cersei, in her mind's eye, sitting on that throne. Blood dripping from her hand, eyes wild. She means to burn it all, she whispered. Jon's voice cut across the sky. Dany! I know, she snapped. The ember surged, eager. "Burn with her," it whispered. "Meet fire with fire. Clean the slate. The world will be pure afterwards, all ash and room for new things. No more Lannisters. No more slavers. No more kings. No more children," she thought. "No more songs." "No," she snarled aloud. The world around her tilted for a moment, as if she were falling not through air, but through choice. She could let it happen. She could pull back her dragons, let Cersei's wildfire bloom, let King's Landing become a green sun in the night that would cauterize half the realm's wounds in an instant. Millions would die. Millions more would live in a world without that city's weight. She saw, in a flash, the Ember's preferred future. An empty crown of blackened stone, dragons circling above ruins, Valyria's heart beating once more in a city of their own making. She saw another. Jon pulling her down from Drogon's back, eyes full of bitterness and sorrow. Sansa closing Winterfell's gates in her face. Lyanna throwing down her banner. The North turning away. The freedmen of Meereen spitting when they heard her name. Children in far-off corners of the world whispering not of the breaker of chains, but of the Queen of Ashes. "You can't carry the world if you burn its legs," she whispered. "Dany!" Jon shouted again. "What is it?" "Wildfire," she said. "Everywhere. She means to blow the city with us in it." "Can you stop it?" he asked. She closed her eyes. She reached down. The Ember's awareness had always been tied to fire, volcanoes, dragonflame, molten rock. Wildfire was different. It was forged, crafted, coaxed from strange alchemies and old, half-understood spells. But at its heart, it was still fire. Unnatural, yes, but eager. She sent her will along those green threads. They writhed, delighted at the contact. They wanted to leap, to burn, to erupt. "Stop," she told them. They laughed in her mind. "We were promised," they hissed. "We were laid for this. We have slept so long. Let us out." She showed them as best she could what would happen if they all burst at once. She showed them the dragons flying overhead, their bellies full of living flame. She showed them the children huddling in cellars, fingers stuffed in their mouths to keep from crying. She showed them the sea, and what would happen if all that fire met all that water at once. A steam explosion that might crack the very bay. "We do not care," they whispered. She gritted her teeth. The Ember watched, amused. "You cannot reason with fire," it said. "You can only channel it, or smother it." Smother, then, she thought. She did something she had never done before. She pulled. Not on Dragon's fire, not on the molten rivers under Valyria, but on the wildfire itself. She drew it up out of its beds, not to release it into air, but to drag it toward herself. It was like trying to drink the sea. Green fire raced along the hidden channels, leaving the clay jars trembling. It surged toward the Red Keep, toward her, toward Drogon's burning heart. "Dany?" Jon's voice was alarmed now. "Your eyes." She did not answer. The wildfire hit her like a second ember. For a moment, she thought she would be consumed. Green and red and gold roared through her veins, through Drogon's, through Rhaegon's, through every dragon that flew above the city. Their cries turned shrill and warped, their wings beating erratically. Below in the throne room, Cersei felt it too. She had expected an eruption. Ground shaking, walls shattering, the floor liquefying into boiling green. Instead, she felt a tug. As if someone had taken the threads of wildfire she had ordered woven and was pulling them away from her. As if some vast, invisible hand had reached down and plucked her doom from her grasp. She screamed, wordless, in rage and despair. On the wall, in the gate, in the streets, men looked up, ears ringing, as the Queen's wail echoed through the city. Above, Daenerys shook. "Dany!" Jon shouted again. He flew closer, Bearclaw's wings straining, until he was almost beside her, Drogon's heat a searing presence. Her eyes were green, not violet shot with ember gold now, but vivid wildfire green, burning from within. "Let it go," John shouted. "You'll burn yourself. If I let it go, it will go where it was meant," she rasped. "It will go into the streets, into the houses. I cannot let it." "No, you can't hold all of it," he said. "I can try," she whispered. The ember was no longer amused. "This is not," it hissed. "We do not smother fire. We do not steal it from those who would use it. We fan it. We guide it. We feed it. Then learn something new," she snarled inwardly. Her blood felt like acid. Her skin felt too tight. She tasted copper and salt and something bitter. She opened her mouth. The wildfire poured out, not downward onto the city but upward, into the empty sky. A column of green flame tore upward from Drogon's throat, so bright it turned night into eerie emerald day. It speared through clouds, punching a hole in the overcast. For a heartbeat, the stars beyond shone through in perfect clarity. Every jar of wildfire in the city, every hidden cache, every drop layered under cobbles and behind walls, emptied itself into that terrible beam. Cersei fell to her knees. She felt the heat rush past her, through the stones, away. "My fire," she whispered. "My children." She had always been dramatic. Above, the dragons writhed. They were conduits now, their bellies and throats channels for a kind of fire their bodies were never meant to carry. Drogon's scales flickered green at the edges. Rhaegon's inner membranes glowed like backlit leaves. Bearclaw shrieked, shaking his head, wild. "Hold them!" Jon shouted to the other riders. "Keep them steady." Lyanna clung to Bearclaw's neck, teeth gritted, eyes wide and terrified but unyielding. Tormund wrapped his arms around Wavebiter's horns and shouted rude encouragement. The Karstark boy on the pale blue dragon, Snowwing, whispered something no one could hear. Bran's dragon hovered above them all, white against green, steady as a star. Bran's awareness flowed through the beast, helping it hold its place, channeling some of the strain through the weirwood network behind him. The heart trees creaked in distant forests, their carved faces contorting as if in pain. The wildfire column thinned. Slowly, reluctantly, the last of the green fire poured out of the city's bones. It shot into the stratosphere and there, finally, exploded. From below it looked like a brief, silent aurora. A blooming of green across the upper sky, painting the clouds, turning the sea slick and shining. Then it was gone. The dragons hung for a moment, panting, wings trembling. Daenerys sagged in her saddle. The ember smoldered, sullen. "You have stolen a feast from us," it whispered. "I have stolen the Holocaust from myself," she whispered back. She felt hollow and full all at once, drained and burning. "Dany." Jon's voice was quieter now, closer. Bearclaw's head nudged Drogon's flank. She turned her head. Her eyes were violet again, but faint sparks of green flickered in their depths. "It's done," she said. "She cannot burn her city with us in it. Not like that." "And you?" he asked. "Can you keep from burning it?" She looked down. The city sprawled beneath them, battered but mostly intact. Some towers smoldered. Some streets were scarred where bolts and fragments of fire had fallen. But the great green inferno that had once consumed the Sept was nowhere to be seen. She could end it now if she wished. One pass, one scream, one vengeance for all the wrongs King's Landing had done. To her father, to her family, to this realm. She saw Sansa's face. She saw Missandei's in a memory of another life, another end. Chains rattling around her neck as she whispered one word. Dracarys. She had answered that word with a city's death once. She would not again. "Find Cersei," she said to Jon. "Find her. Bring her to me. Alive, if you can. The rest, The rest will live. For now." He nodded. "Hey," he said. "I owe her that much." It was not mercy. It was justice, grim and hard. He dove. The gates of the Red Keep had been blasted by dragonfire. Stone lay in charred heaps. The metal of the gates themselves twisted and partially melted. Smoke curled from shattered windows. The courtyard was a chaos of toppled statues and fallen banners. Jaime and Brienne had made their way there as the wildfire column erupted. They had seen the green light pour upward. They had felt the heat. They had not been burned. "She stopped it," Brienne said, astonished. "For now," Jaime said. He limped into the keep, sword drawn with his left hand. His right stump ached, as if the phantom fingers were clenching. They found Qyburn first. He lay crushed under a fallen beam, his eyes staring, his mouth open in what might have been a scream or a laugh. "Convenient," Jaime muttered. They climbed the cracked stairs to the throne room. The doors were half off their hinges. Smoke hung thick inside, veiling the far end. The Iron Throne loomed, a black silhouette against a flickering glow. Cersei sat in it. Her hair was disheveled. Blood streaked her face, not just from the cut on her palm, now crusted, but from a trickle at her nose. Her eyes were wild. She clutched the arms of the throne as if to rise would be to fall. She saw Jaime and smiled. "Come to die with me?" she asked. "How sweet. I thought you'd forgotten how." He stopped halfway up the steps. "I came to stop you," he said. "Came to talk sense into you. Came to drag you out of the city if I had to." She laughed. "You're too late," she said. "There is no fire left to drag. She stole it. The little foreign bitch. She put it in her dragons. She's more like father than I ever was. He would have admired her." "She saved the city," Brienne said. Cersei's gaze snapped to her. "Ah," she said. "The tall one. I remember you. The one who stole my brother's honor. How fitting that you should stand here now in my last moments." "These don't have to be your last," Jaime said. "You can surrender, bend the knee, live to see what comes next, and be paraded through the streets," she sneered. "Stripped, shorn, spat on, watched wither in some damp tower while she sits in my chair. I'd rather die." "You might not have a choice," Jon said. He stood in the doorway, long claw at his hip, cloak scorched and wet, hair matted with snow and smoke. Ghost ghosted at his side, eyes red. Behind him, Daenerys walked in. Her steps were slow but steady. Her hair was limp and damp, her face pale. But there was fire in her eyes that no exhaustion could quench. Dragon's shadows slid across the broken roof above, as if the beasts circled in time with her pulse. Cersei's lip curled. "So it's true," she said. "The wolf and the dragon, together. I suppose you'll want to say there was some great destiny behind this, some song of ice and fire, some nonsense like that." "I don't care for songs," Jon said. "They usually leave out the boring parts where people starve." Daenerys said nothing. She climbed the steps until she stood one step below the throne level, looking up at Cersei. "This is what you would have burned," she said quietly. "These stones, these walls, your people. They were never mine," Cersei said. "They were always the city's, the throne's. They cheered for me when I gave them bread in circuses. They cursed me when I did what needed doing. They would have done the same to you. They will, one day." "Perhaps," Daenerys said. "But I will give them the chance." Cersei's laugh broke. It shattered into something like a sob. "You think you've won," she said. "You and your dragons and your Starks and your Ember. You think you've reforged the world, but people are people. They will always bend before someone with a bigger sword, or a bigger fire. Today that's you. Tomorrow it will be someone else. You haven't broken the wheel. You've just climbed on top of it." Daenerys felt the embers stir at the truth in that. She remembered the slaves of Meereen falling back into old patterns after she freed them. She remembered the sons of the Harpy rising from under masks and fine tunics. She remembered how quickly the freed became oppressors when given the chance. "I cannot change what people are," she said. "I can change what is allowed. I can make some things harder. I can make some chains unacceptable. I can try." "Try?" Cersei spat. "You're going to build an empire on try?" "No," Daenerys said. "On choice." She looked at Cersei. "You made yours," she said. "You chose to burn your enemies, to toss your own people into the fire if it served you. You chose to hoard power, to twist vows, to rule through fear alone. You could have walked away from this throne a dozen times. You could have taken your children and gone east and lived. You did not. You chose this chair and this city as if they were you. Now, they are not. They are themselves. You will answer, not as a queen, but as a woman who ordered harm." "Then," Cersei's eyes glittered. "Will you kill me?" she asked. "Here? On my throne? Will you spill Lannister blood on these stones and call it justice? Go on then. Be the dragon your father was. Prove me right." Daenerys was very still. The Ember wanted blood. Not for vengeance, not for cruelty, but for symmetry. A Lannister queen had tried to burn a city. A dragon queen could end that line here in fire or steel, and call the account settled. She thought of other choices. She thought of the slave masters of Astapor, of the men she had crucified. She thought of the look on one master's face when he had learned that she would not kill his son for his sins. Mercy, then, had felt like weakness. Now, it felt like something harder. "You will not die today," Daenerys said. Jaime blinked. Brienne's brows rose. Jon's shoulders loosened, just fractionally. Cersei stared. "You will be taken," Daenerys went on. "To the north, to Winterfell. You will live long enough to see the world we make. You will watch wolves and dragons and men you would have despised sit at tables you once thought beneath you. You will answer in their courts for what you ordered. You will grow old. You will see that the world can move on without you in its center. That, I think, will be punishment enough." Cersei's face crumpled. "No," she whispered. "No, God. You can't lead me to them. To be their lesson. Kill me. Please." She meant it. For the first time, she begged. Daenerys closed her eyes. "For all those who begged you," she said, "and whom you tore from their children, their homes, their lives, I deny you what you ask." She turned. "Take her," she said to Brienne. The tall knight hesitated. "Your Grace," she said. "Are you certain?" She is dangerous only while men obey her," Daenerys said. "We will make sure they do not." Jaime stepped forward. "I will escort her," he said. Cersei's eyes went to him, wild, desperate, disbelieving. "You would drag me north?" she whispered. "You?" "I would protect the world from you," he said. "From what you still might do, even in a cell. It seems I am still the only one willing to do that." She slapped him. He did not flinch. "I loved you," she said. "I loved you more than anyone. I thought you would stand with me at the end." "I am," he said quietly. "This is the end, just not the one you wanted." They took her away. She did not go quietly, but she went. The throne room emptied, save for Jon, Daenerys, Tyrion, and the Iron Throne. Tyrion stepped slowly up to it. "I once dreamed of sitting here," he said. "For about the length of time it took me to realize what a miserable thing that would be." Daenerys looked at the chair. It loomed, dark and jagged, forged from the swords of men Aegon had defeated. Its edges were sharp. Its seat was hard. No cushions softened it. She thought of Ember's promise, of Valyria's ring, of circles of power. She thought of Sansa's suggestion. She drew a breath. "Troka," she whispered. The dragon's head appeared through the broken roof, one great eye peering down into the hall. She pointed at the throne. Fire met iron. It was not a roaring blast, not a city-burning scream, but a focused stream. A craftsman's blowtorch wielded by a god. The throne glowed red, then white. Its edges softened, drooped, merged. The fused swords lost their individuality, becoming a single mass. When Drogon pulled back, the Iron Throne was a melted lump, its recognizable outlines gone. Daenerys stepped forward. She lifted what remained of the king's chair. It was heavy, but not impossible. She set it aside, off the dais, leaving a bare patch of cracked stone where it had stood for centuries. "There," she said softly. "No more throne. What will you sit on?" Jon asked, sort of wry. "A chair," she said. "Sometimes none at all. Sometimes the ground, sometimes a saddle. If I must have a symbol, let it be a scar, not a crown." Tyrion let out a long breath. "The songs will not like this," he said. "They prefer clean endings, crowns and kisses, heads on spikes." "Songs can change," Daenerys said. "We just changed the world. They'll have to catch up." The ember sifted through the rubble of her choices. It had wanted a forged empire, a neat Valyria reborn. It had been given instead a web of alliances, shared dragons, a queen who melted thrones and refused to burn cities even when provocations begged for it. It was intrigued. Perhaps this too was a way of forging. Not blades but bonds. Not roads of stone alone, but lines of dragon flight and shared struggle. It would watch. Years later, storytellers in taverns from Bravos to Karth would argue about where the New Age had begun. Some would point to the night all the dragons woke, others to the day the wall cracked and the dead marched, others to the moment Jon Snow's sword pierced the Night King's chest. Some, particularly in the north, would insist it was when Sansa Stark walked out of Winterfell's gates with a gray dragon at her back and told a crowd of southern lords that their grain now belonged to everyone. In Old Town, maesters would debate dates and terms, writing careful treatises on the reforging of Valyria's legacy that no one outside their halls would read. In Valyria itself, the ember would say nothing, because it had no tongue, but it would glow a little warmer when dragons passed overhead, carrying riders whose bloodlines traced back not only to old freehold families, but to marsh lords and fisherfolk and ex-slaves and wildlings. And in a small room in the rebuilt Red Keep, where no throne stood now, only a round table scarred with maps and cups, and the weight of elbows, Daenerys would sit with Jon and Sansa and Tyrion and Arya and Bran, and Ryan and Davos and Tormund, and half a dozen others, arguing over taxes and roads, and how many ships to send to help flooded villages in the riverlet. "Empire," she would say one night, wryly, as a dragon's shadow passed over the window. "This is what it really is, not fire and blood, ink and bread and bickering." Jon would snort into his ale. "It's better than the alternative," he'd say. And somewhere beyond the walls, in the Godswood, under the watching eyes of a heart tree, whose bark bore faint scorch marks from a white dragon's breath, Bran would smile, seeing all of it, past and present, and the thin, uncertain threads of future, and think that for now, for this age, they had chosen fire forged over fire unbent. All the dragons ever born were awake. They flew over a world that still knew fear and hunger and cruelty, but also now knew men and women who had seen what came when ice and fire were left to their own devices. A world where wolves rode dragons, where freed slaves sat in councils, where queens melted thrones. It was not a perfect world, but it was, in its own scorched and stubborn way, a reforged one. Gai. The first spring after the long night was short and uneasy. Snow melted reluctantly from the fields around Winterfell, leaving behind patches of mud where grass tried to push through. Ice broke on the rivers in jagged shards. The sun lingered in the sky a little longer each day, but the air still held a memory of the cold that had walked in human shape. Men walked differently too. They had seen giants fall and dragons descend like comets. They had seen dead men crumble to dust in an instant when the thing that bound them shattered. They had watched their lords fight side by side with wildlings and Associ, and men whose gods they had never heard of before. The old lines in the world had blurred. The new ones were not yet clear. Daenerys stood on Winterfell's battlements and watched the last of the snow in the courtyard vanish under Pax's patient breath. The gray dragon exhaled in slow, measured streams, melting a path for stable boys and cooks, his eyes half closed in contentment. Sansa had set strict limits on where he could burn. "We need the wood," she had said. "Not to go up in flame, but to build again." Daenerys had agreed. She had learned too late for some that fire was not only destruction or birth. It could be a gentle thing, coaxing stubborn ground to yield. Ghost sat near Pax's foreclaw, tongue lolling, fur steaming where heat reached him. He looked pleased as far as a direwolf ever did. "You're smiling," Jon said beside her. She hadn't realized she was. "Am I?" she asked. "A little," he said. "Mostly in your eyes." She looked down at the courtyard again. Children dashed across the newly cleared earth, their laughter high, their boots splashing through mud. A woman carrying a basket of linen raised a hand to shade her eyes as a dragon's shadow passed overhead, then went on her way, only slightly hurried. "They're getting used to them," Daenerys said. "It helps that none of them have been eaten," Jon said dryly. "Or roasted accidentally." "That was once," she said. "And not here." He gave her a look. "Once is enough for people to remember," he said. "You know that." She did. It was why, when Sansa proposed what she did, Daenerys had not dismissed it outright. "We need something written," Sansa had said, weeks after the battle against the dead, when the wounded were sleeping, and the dragons were restless, and men kept drifting toward the ale like moths toward lamps. "Not only vows sworn in halls. Those can be forgotten, broken, twisted. We need a thing men can hold in their hands and say, 'Here. This is what was promised.'" "Ah, you want a charter," Tyrion had said, interest sharpening his gaze. "A set of laws above lords, above queens, above dragons," Sansa had said, looking at Daenerys. It had pricked, that. The ember had bristled. "Above fire?" It had whispered. "Nothing stands above fire. Everything else exists at its sufferance." Daenerys had spread her fingers on the rough wood of the table and breathed until the prickling under her skin subsided. "What would you put in it?" she'd asked. Sansa had been ready. "No man is property," she'd said. "No woman, no child. No chains on wrists or necks. No whips. No buying and selling of people, not for coin or land or debts. If a lord does it, he is no longer a lord." Yeah. "That will please the Iron Bank," Davos had muttered. "Or perhaps not. Loans look a bit different when you can't take a man's son as surety." "Good," Sansa had said. "They should." "What else?" Daenerys had asked. "Food," Sansa had said. "If there is grain enough in one lord's hall to feed 3 villages, and those villages starve while his stores are full, he will answer for it. No more full cellars while people scrape frozen bark." "None. That's so." "You mean to make generosity law," Tyrion had said. "That one will be harder to write. Generosity is a habit, not a statute." "Then we make it a habit too," Sansa had said. "The first time we take a man's hoarded grain and give it to his neighbors, the others will learn." Davos had rubbed his beard. "You'll need dragons for that," he'd said. "Or something like them. Men don't give up what they think is theirs, unless they fear something bigger." "Dragons are not tax collectors," Daenerys had said. "No," Sansa had agreed. "They are not. But everyone has seen what they can do. They don't have to burn barns anymore. They only have to fly over them to remind people of what we all almost lost." "Nah." She had more. Rights of small folk to take grievances to their lords without being punished for it. Rights of men to refuse unjust wars. Rights of women to hold land when brothers and fathers died, instead of having it snatched away by more distant men. Some of this will stick in throats, Tyrion had said. Among your own lords as well as hers. He had nodded toward Daenerys. Let them choke, Lyanna Mormont had said. I'm a girl, and I hold my island. If any man thinks to take it from me, he can talk to Bearclaw about it. The Green Dragon had rumbled in agreement. Now, as spring tried to push winter back, they faced the question of where this charter would be forged. The North, for all its newfound centrality, was too far and too poor to easily host all who needed to be heard. King's Landing was a scar. Dragonstone was small. Old Town was tainted in Daenerys' eyes by maesters who had closed their minds to magic until it spilled over their walls. Harrenhal, Tyrion had suggested. Everyone had looked at him. It is big, he'd said. It is empty. It sits on the Trident, where North and South and Riverlands meet. And it is a monument to what happens when you build only for war. If we write new laws in its halls, perhaps we can make some use of the ruin. Daenerys had thought of the charred, melted towers she'd flown over once before. Black skeletons clawing at the sky. She'd thought of dragonfire that had turned proud stone to slag. It is haunted, Sansa had said. Good, Tyrion had replied. Perhaps the ghosts will remind us not to be fools. So Harrenhal it was. They flew and they rode, and they sailed, and they argued. In Harrenhal's vast, broken hall, beneath a roof that dragons had once turned to glassy drips, they placed a round table. It had been Jon's insistence that it be round. No head, he'd said. No place for one man, or woman, to sit above the rest. If we're making something new, let's not start by carving old habits into its wood. Daenerys had smiled at him. You'd make a poor king, she'd said. I've said so all along, he'd replied. They came. From the north rode Sansa and Bran, with a train of northern lords and ladies. From the Vale, Lord Royce with falcon banners and a wary eye. From the Riverlands, Edmure Tully, thinner and sadder than he'd once been, but still with a Tully's stubbornness. From the Reach, what was left of the noble houses after years of war. From Dorne, a dark-eyed woman named Arianne Martell, whose father had died scheming and whose brother's children had died in Cersei's plots, and who wanted now not vengeance, but guarantees. From the Westerlands came Lord Gawain Lannister, cousin to Jaime and Cersei, with gold lions on red and a carefully measured humility. The debts of my house are great, he had said to Tyrion when they met on the road. We have much to answer for, but there are children in my halls who had no say in what their fathers did. I ask that you remember that, when you call our banners. I have every intention of making small Lannisters pay for large Lannisters' sins, Tyrion had said dryly. In coin, taxes are a gentler form of justice than beheading. From the Iron Islands came Yara Greyjoy, her hair shorter, her eyes harder, her fleet diminished but not broken. We'll sail for you if we're free, she'd said to Daenerys. No more drowned men's sermons, no more reavers taking what they please and calling it strength. I'll give you harbors, not burning villages. And in Essos? Daenerys had asked. That had been the other question. She had not forgotten Meereen Yunkai, Astapor. She had not forgotten Volantis, with its red priests and its black walls, its teeming slave markets. She had freed some cities and left others half symbolically broken. What we did there is unfinished, she'd said to Jon one night, their shoulders touching in a Harrenhal corridor as they watched the moon slide behind a melted tower. I burned masters. I left structures. Slavery will find a way to grow again in those cracks if we do nothing. You can't fix everything, he'd said. Not across the sea and here both. You're not a god, Dany. I have the ember of one, she'd replied. That doesn't make you one, he'd said. It makes you dangerous. She'd known he was right, but the ember whispered still. Across the known world, dragons flew. They had become part of the landscape now. Farmers glanced up from their plows and saw specks circling high, and only sometimes felt old fear. Children ran outside when they heard the distant shriek of wings, pointing and laughing. Shepherds cursed when a dragon stooped on a sheep, then cursed themselves when they found a small pile of coins left on a stone near the carcass, a rider's clumsy attempt at compensation. Some dragons had chosen to stay in the north, preferring cold skies and the sharp scent of pine. Others had flocked to Dragonstone, where the island's old fire warmed their sleep. A few had flown farther east, drawn by an older call. "They go home," the Ember had said, when Daenerys watched their silhouettes vanish toward the horizon. "Where they hatched first, where they were shaped." "You mean Valyria," she'd said. "Yes," it had replied. She could feel it, always now, like a second pulse under her own. It did not shout. It did not command. It suggested. It remembered. It wanted. "You'll burn the world if I let you," she'd said. "We would forge it," it had answered. "Forging is burning with purpose." "Your purpose," she'd said. "What other kind is there?" it had asked. She had not replied. At Harrenhal they tried to wrap purpose in ink. Maesters who had once scoffed at dragons now wrote furiously, their quills scratching across parchment as speeches were made. Gendry Baratheon, legitimized by royal word and the need for a symbol that could bridge old loyalties, sat among the lords, listening intently as numbers and obligations were debated. "I never thought I'd care about tithes," he'd muttered to Arya, who watched from the balconies more often than from the table. "Or harvests. Or how many barrels of barley go from one end of the realm to the other. You used to care about how much metal you had," Arya had said. "How many swords you could make. This is the same, just bigger. Food instead of steel." He'd thought about that, then nodded. "Still prefer hammers," he'd said. "But this will do." They argued for days. About land. About titles. About whether the North would remain a kingdom apart. Jon had made his position clear early. "I will not be king," he'd said in front of all, his voice carrying oddly in the fused, half-melted hall. "I have worn that name. It sat ill on me. I have enough ghosts." "No. You are our choice," Lyanna Mormont had snarled. "We named you king in the North. And I am grateful," he'd said gently. "But I am also tired. And the North does not need a king to stand apart. It needs a lady. It has one." Sansa had looked at him with something complicated in her eyes. "I will not kneel to another southern throne," she'd said. "Not even if no throne remains. The North must be able to say no. We are too far. Too different." Daenerys had listened. The Ember had stirred. "An empire that does not include all lands is a broken wheel," it had murmured. "They will splinter away. They will resist. They will resist if I press too hard," she'd replied inwardly. "If I try to force them into something they do not choose." To the hall aloud she'd said, "Then don't kneel, stand, as an ally, as a realm that guards the top of the world. Let the North be what it is, so long as it stands with us when the next storm comes." Some had grumbled. It offended a certain kind of mind, to imagine one land not firmly under one banner. "We will have a patchwork," Lord Royce had objected. "Different laws in different places, different customs." "We already had that," Jon had said. "The difference will be that now we admit it." The charter took shape. Not neat, not as some might have liked, but with enough strength. Slavery was abolished, in word if not yet fully in deed, across the 7 kingdoms and in any land that wished friendship with them. No lord might sell his small folk. No man might pledge his child as collateral. Debtors' prisons would hold no one for life. Tithes of food would be recorded, not demanded whimsically. Each harvest, each lord would be expected to declare what he had stored, and messengers from the new Council of Realms would check. If a village starved within sight of full granaries, consequences would follow. "Who will sit on this council?" Gendry had asked. "Those who fought together," Sansa had said. "Those who have reason to remember what cold feels like on their bones." Daenerys had added, and not only lords. A steward from each city, a representative of the free guilds, one from the faith, one from the Red Priests, one from those who follow neither. Amen. That will make arguments lively, Tyrion had said. Good. Boredom is the poison of peace. Grey Worm had come at Daenerys' request. He did not like Harrenhal. The ghosts there unsettled even a man who had spent his life under whips and drums. But he had come. The Unsullied want land, she had said to him. You earned it. I promised you that you could lay down your spears, have homes instead of tents and barracks. They do not know what to do with it, he had said. A house, a field. They know how to guard, how to fight. They do not know how to live. Then we will teach them, Missandei had said, laying a hand on his. She had sat near Daenerys in the councils, quietly translating when men from the free cities sent emissaries, quietly speaking up when some clause in the charter ignored those who had no titles. The Unsullied will not belong to anyone, Lord, Daenerys had declared in the hall. They will be the shield of the new realm. Not my private army. Not the Norse. Not Dorne's. When called, they will stand where they are needed, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Nay. And when they are not called? Gendry had asked. They will farm, she'd said. They will marry if they wish. They will learn trades. They will pass spears to their children only if those children choose them. Grey Worm had watched her as she said that, something like disbelief and something like hope warring in his eyes. They will need a place, Sansa had said later in private. A home that is theirs, not one they guard for others. She'd pointed to a place on the map. There, she'd said. In the lands between the Reach and Dorne. Old marches. Lots of good land. Few men. They were always fought over once. Let them be something else now. A place where men who kept us from freezing can plant olive trees. Daenerys had smiled at that. The free marches, they called them later. A strip of land turned from battleground to refuge. Grey Worm had stood on a low hill there once the snows receded and looked out over fields that would one day ripple with grain, and had not known what to do with the tightness in his chest. Missandei had taken his hand. It is ours, she had said. Not to patrol, to live in. He had not answered, but he had not let go. Across the sea, Volantis watched all this and seethed. The Dragon Queen turns her back on us. One Red Priest had thundered from the temple beside the Black Wall. She leaves slave chains unbroken while she sits in stone halls in the west, arguing over parchment. Others, quieter, whispered of opportunity. If she is busy there, a Triarch had said, swirling wine in a cup. She will not come here again soon. We can rebuild, regather. The old order can return in softer clothes. Nugay. Daenerys knew. The Ember showed her flashes. Ships leaving Volantis under cover of night, carrying chained men and women farther east, to new markets she had not yet touched. Korthine trading vessels altering their routes, hoping to skirt Dragonflight and reach clients who still wanted flesh. In Astapor, a new man on the Harpy throne, experimenting with ways to make soldiers that would obey without question but not carry the name Unsullied. They breed new chains, Daenerys said to Bran one day, through a glass candle Marwyn had lit between them. His face floated in the long pale flame, features blurred. They always will, he said. Some men cannot imagine a world without someone at the end of their whip. You can't stop every hand. I can stop theirs, she said. And what will you use? He asked. Fire? Dragons? How many cities will you have to burn before no one dares make a chain? How many children will you frighten? The ember pulsed. As many as it takes, it whispered. She closed her eyes. The charter at Harrenhal was signed. Not all at once. Not by everyone. Some lords dragged their feet. Some refused outright. A few, old and proud, walked out and rode away, muttering about upstart queens and wolf girls. They will test us, Sansa said. To see if the words mean anything. To see if we will actually act against them. They will, Daenerys said. The first test came from a familiar direction. Lord Tarly of Horn Hill had not forgiven the dragons for burning his fields when he refused to share his wealth in the long night. He had not forgiven Daenerys for burning his father and brother before that. In another timeline, in another story whose echoes still clung to the ember's memory. He had not forgiven the world for changing without his permission. He began to quietly take back what he'd pledged under duress. He sent fewer men than promised to guard the roads. He raised new levies without declaring them. He quietly bought 3 ships from the broken Lannister fleet and sent them west toward the Summer Islands, cargo holds empty but chains ready. A small thing, Tyrion said when the reports arrived. 3 ships, a few hundred souls perhaps. Nothing compared to what we have already done. No chain is small, Daenerys said. Not if you are at the end of it. Then what do you propose? Sansa asked. Words or fire? Both, Daenerys said. In that order. They sent ravens. They sent messengers. They sent Gendry, hammer at his belt and stag sigil on his chest, to speak man to man with the Lord of Horn Hill. Don't do this, he'd said, standing in a hall hung with tapestries showing hunts and battles. We're trying to build something different. Something where boys like me don't grow up never knowing their fathers, where girls like your daughters don't get sold for alliances. They never did, Lord Tarly had said coldly. We married for honor, for duty, not out of love, but that is not the same as sale. It is if they have no say, Gendry had said. The Lord had grown red. I will not be lectured by a bastard smith play-acting at lordship, he'd said. Go back to your round table and your dragon skirts. Old blood holds Horn Hill. It will not bow to threats. Gendry had come back, jaw tight. I talked, he'd said. He didn't listen. This will happen again, Tyrion said. And again. Until someone believes that your threats are real. Then someone will have to learn the hard way, Sansa said. Not by burning his house, Jon said. We just saved a city from that. We can't turn around and do it ourselves. No, Daenerys said. We won't. They summoned Lord Tarly to Harrenhal. He refused. They declared him in violation of the new laws. He laughed. He stopped laughing when 3 dragons landed in his fields, folding their wings carefully between rows of barley. Pack and Bearclaw and Snowwing. Not Drogon. Not Rhaegon. Daenerys did not want the ember's full weight in this, not yet. The dragons did not burn his halls. They did not roast his men in their armor. They sat, in a line, watching the house. Lyanna Mormont sat on Bearclaw's neck, arms folded, glaring. You are being watched, she shouted down when Lord Tarly emerged, sword at his hip, color in his face. If any ship leaves your harbor with chains in it, if any man is whipped in your hall for refusing to be sold, we will know. And we will come back. Not with 3. None. You cannot keep dragons in fields like scarecrows, he shouted back. They are weapons, not signs. We can, Lyanna said. We will, because they listened when we told them why. She patted Bearclaw's neck. The dragon rumbled. Lord Tarly's hand tightened on his sword. He did not draw it. Men in the fields watched, their faces a mix of awe and secret satisfaction. You will make enemies, Tyrion said later, when they heard that the ships Lord Tarly had quietly fitted out had been sold to merchant princes in Lys instead. I already have enemies, Daenerys replied. I'd rather be hated for stopping a chain than loved for ignoring one. The ember simmered. This is slow, it grumbled. This is petty. You could have burned his hall and made every lord in the realm think twice about touching a whip. Fear is quick, she answered it. But it leaves scars that fester. I need something that lasts longer than fear. What do you need? Jon said to her that night, when the candles were low and the sounds of Harrenhal's restless ghosts had faded to the creak of timbers, is to sleep. She laughed softly and let him pull her down. It did not last. Peace never does, not fully. In Essos, things unraveled in ways no charter could reach. In Meereen, after Daenerys sailed for Westeros, the freedmen had tried to hold what she'd given them. They had elected councils, argued over grain, bickered over tariffs. Old masters had slunk back wearing new names and new clothes. Now, with dragons flying in different skies and the Queen's eye turned west, those old masters grew bold again. They did not reinstate chains overnight. They were not fools. They reshaped debt, making it a tether as strong as any fetter. They bought laws, not bodies. They hired men with swords to enforce contracts that might as well have been collars. In Volantis, Red priests split. Some declared that the long night's passing and the dragon's victory proved that Arlor's chosen work was done. Others insisted that this was only the beginning, that now the Lord of Light's fire must cleanse all lands. One, a woman named Melora, saw Daenerys hold wildfire in her veins and grew drunk on the vision. "She is more than a queen," Melora said in the great temple. "She is vessel. She is sword. She is the forge and the hammer. If we seat her not only on thrones of men but in the hearts of every temple, we will make a world of fire. No more cold. No more shadows." "Nah, that sounds like a world of ash," muttered another, under his breath. Melora's eyes were bright, fevered. "We must call her," she said. "We must bring her here, or go to her. We must bind our fires together. The Lord of Light demands it." She sent emissaries west. They came not as petitioners but as heralds, bearing gifts of strange incense and obsidian daggers, their hands stained with the blood of burned offerings. Daenerys met them in Dragonstone's old hall, the map table between them. "You speak of destiny," she said, through Miss Undye's calm translations. "You speak of me as if I were not a person but a tool. I have carried enough of other people's purposes. I am not interested in carrying a god's." "A god's purpose and your own are the same," one of the priests said, eyes glowing. "You were born for this, to be the flame that never dies, to burn away falsehood, to sit at the center of a world remade." The embers stirred fondly. "They understand," it murmured. "They understand nothing," Daenerys said aloud. The priest blinked, taken aback. "You will not come?" he asked. "You will not let us worship you?" "People will worship something," she said. "If it must be me, better it be for what I've done than for what some fire says I represent. Go back to your temples, build ovens for bread instead of pyres for men. If your God likes that, we'll get along." They left, displeased. Volantis seethed a little more. Samwell Tarly arrived at Dragonstone around this time, looking more harried than a man who had once faced White Walkers should. He had a satchel full of scrolls and a head full of questions. "The more I read," he told Jon and Daenerys and Tyrion as they sat in the map room, dragons pacing restlessly outside, "the more I realize how much we don't know. About what's been done, about what's been bound." "The Maesters have changed their tune," Tyrion observed. "You used to lock anything with the word magic in it in a dark cell and hope it withered. Now you come to us with it." Sam flushed. "We didn't know," he said. "We didn't understand. Some of us still don't. But I've seen the wall crack. I've seen a sword shatter on an ice thing's chest and another drink blue fire. We can't pretend anymore." "Nay." He spread his scrolls. "They wrote about Valyria," he said. "Not much. Most of what we had burned in the Citadel when one of your dragons flew too close." He nodded at Daenerys. "But some remains. There were wards, circles carved into the bones of the earth, agreements of a sort, between the fire under the mountains and the dragon lords above them, promises, tethers. He tapped a passage written in a cramped, crabbed hand. "They didn't just bind the dragons," he said. "They bound themselves. Their blood, their line, their fate to that fire. When the doom came, it wasn't just an accident. It was a breaking of those bonds. Something they'd tried to contain. Got loose, or was let loose." The ember, Daenerys said. Sam frowned. The what? He asked. She told him, as much as she could, how she had walked into the fire in Valyria and felt something old and watchful take notice. How it spoke, in thought and memory. How it had tried to pull all the dragon's threads back to that broken ring. How she had, for now, turned it to her purpose instead of being turned by it. Sam listened, eyes wide. That shouldn't be possible, he said eventually. That much, whatever it is, in one person. You saw me swallow wildfire in the sky, she said. What's one more fire, compared to that? The difference, Sam said, is that wildfire burns itself out, quickly. It explodes, then it's gone. This has been there since men first pulled a dragon from stone. It doesn't want to go out. It wants to spread. It wants to forge, the ember corrected mildly. Sam shuddered. Either way, he said, it's tied to you now, to your blood, to your dragons. That means if anything happens to you or if anyone else with your blood tries to take it. He hesitated. Others share your blood, he said. Far-flung cousins, hidden lines, bastards. If someone like that decided they wanted what you have, if they went to Valyria and opened themselves to it without your temper, we might have another doom. Joan's jaw tightened. You're saying she has to go back, he said. Again. I'm saying someone has to, Sam said. Someone who can talk to it the way she has. Someone who can make a new bargain. The old one broke the world. We need a better one, or the cracks will spread. No. Daenerys stared at the map. The smoking sea was a jagged circle of black and blue, painted waves and stylized smoke hiding depths she had walked once already. You want me to chain it, she said. To bind it again. I don't know if we can chain it, Sam said. Or if we should. Last time they did that, it ended badly. But perhaps we can negotiate. Set limits. Tie it to more than one line. More than one kind of power. The Weirwoods, Bran's voice said from the doorway. He had come with Sansa, wheeled along the corridor by Mira. Ghost padded behind them. The white dragon, Bran's pale, silver-eyed companion, waited outside, its head cocked to peer through a broken arch. We're already tied, Bran said. Fire and root, dragons and trees. When I flew with the white one, I saw it. There are places where your ember touches my roots, where heat and sap meet. They are thin. They could be thickened, strengthened, made into something that holds instead of breaks. Sam looked fascinated and horrified in equal measure. You're talking about fusing them, he said. Fire and whatever green thing the old gods are. That could be. Interesting, Tyrion supplied, when Sam's words failed. Terrifying, transformative. Choose your poison. A new balance, Jon said quietly. He was looking at Daenerys. I don't want you to go, he said. I don't like the idea of you going back into the place that almost melted you. But I know better than to think I can stop you if you think it's needed. She smiled at him, tiredly. You're learning, she said. He didn't smile back. If you go, he said, you don't go alone. Take Bran. Take Sam. Take whoever you need to make sure you come back. And tell us if you can't. Don't just vanish. Not me. Wow. She reached for his hand. I won't, she said. I have too much to do here to vanish. The voyage to Valyria the second time felt different. The first had been a plunge into the unknown, following dragons and an inner pull she did not understand. This time, she went with companions, with maps, with a plan. Sam stood on the deck with a glass candle, watching the way its greenish flame wavered as they approached the mists. Bran sat near the prow, wrapped in furs despite the heat that rose from the water. His eyes were sometimes his own, sometimes white as he reached ahead. The currents are wrong, he said once, frowning. There's a river under the sea, of heat and ash. It used to flow in a circle, Now it leaks. Leaks where? Daenerys asked. Everywhere, he said. Up, through cracks, out along faults, into places it never touched before. He blinked, his eyes dark again. We close some, he said. We can't close all, but we can guide, like you did with the wildfire tarn. The dragons escorted them. Drogon, of course, and Rhaegon, the white dragon. 2 others, one red streaked with gold, the other a deep, midnight blue. They seemed less frantic than they had the first time, less pulled by old chains. Their bond to Daenerys and the other riders gave them some resistance. That's good, Sam said, watching them wheel above the ship. We don't want them to be eaten, or whatever, by whatever's there. It won't eat them, the Ember said through Daenerys, amused. They are us. We do not devour ourselves. You devoured your makers, she reminded it. Because they thought they were us, it replied. They forgot the difference between vessel and flame. The smoking sea welcomed them with the same boiling fog, the same stench of sulfur and salt. The ship creaked as it slid through water that hissed against its hull. Valyria rose ahead, its broken ring of mountains spitting fire into a choked sky. The dragons cried out, voices echoing. They landed on the same shattered plaza where Daenerys had once walked alone into heat that would have killed any other. She walked now, not alone. Sam's steps were careful, his eyes wide as he took in the melted alien architecture. Bran's chair bumped along, pushed by Mira, the white dragon slithering behind. The Ember took form again. It stepped from the shimmering air with a face like old Valeria's memory, pale hair, metallic eyes, features too perfect to be human. You return? It said. I do, Daenerys said. You carry more with you, it observed, looking at Bran at Sam. Roots and ink, how very contrary. We need to talk, she said. We talk, it said. We have always talked. You simply do not always listen. But I. This is different, Sam said, surprising her. He stepped forward, clutching his satchel like a shield. You're bound to this place, he said to the Ember. To these mountains, these forges. You're tied to the dragons. That bond has cracked. If it breaks completely, you'll spill out everywhere, into every volcano, every fault. You'll wake fires no one knows exist. You'll burn the world without meaning to, or perhaps meaning to. We need to change that. The Ember regarded him. You are small, it said. I am, Sam said. But I'm not alone. Bran's eyes were white. The heart trees of the world watched through him. In Skagos, in the Isle of Faces, in distant Ashai, where twisted white things grew in places no sane man went. Sap stilled, leaves trembled, faces carved in bark turned inward. The Ember felt it. You brought the other old thing, it said. The one that seeps into roots, that whispers in leaves. We brought ourselves, Bran said, and his voice held a rustling undercurrent. The dragons shifted around them, restless. Drogon's chest heaved. Rhaegon's tail lashed. The white dragon lowered its head, eyes half-lidded. You think to bind us? The Ember said. You think to chain fire to wood, to water, to law, to parchment. You think you can tie a river in knots. No, Daenerys said. We think we can put up banks, channels, walls that keep you from drowning fields that never asked for you. Why? It asked, genuinely curious. The doom came. The world survived. Men died. Men will always die. What is one drowning field compared to the glory of fire unbound? Ask the people who lived in that field, Sam said. Ask their children. Ask the ones who froze, Bran added. When the old bargains of ice and man were broken, you are not the only old power with opinions. The Ember flickered. Those walkers were in error, it said dismissively. Old cold given too much shape, a mirror to us without our purpose. They have been shattered. We did not weep. Your purpose isn't automatically better, Daenerys said. Just because it's yours. The ember tilted its head. You are still speaking as if purpose can be weighed, it said. As if some are more worthy than others. We do not think in better. We think in hotter, brighter, stronger. No, God. Then think in lasting, Bran said. His chair creaked as Mira rolled him forward closer to the ember. The air between them shimmered. You burned Valyria, Bran said. Whether you mean to admit it or not. Your chains broke. Your fire went everywhere. It was glorious, perhaps. It was also brief. The world choked on your ash. Dragons died. Your forges went cold. Men forgot your tongue. That is not strength. That is tantrum. The ember frowned, as much as such a thing could. You would have us slower, it said. We would have you in balance, Sam said. Bound not only to those who think like you, but to things that think differently, to roots that value patience, to people who write charters, to children who will one day curse us if we fail them. Daenerys stepped between Bran and the ember. I carry you, she said. I have walked into you and not been consumed. I have held wildfire and turned it aside. I have melted a throne that was forged in your image. I am telling you now, if you push against me, I will push back. I will put my hands around your flames and squeeze until my skin splits. And you know now that I can. No. The ember remembered. The wildfire sky. The feeling of its distant cousin being pulled, screaming up and out, denied its feast. The way Daenerys' veins had glowed green as glass. You are a contradiction, it said. Fire that smothers fire. A dragon that refuses to devour. It looked at Bran. And you, it said. You are absence that sees. Root that remembers. You make stillness act. That is also interesting. Bran said nothing. The ember sighed. As we told you, it said, we cannot be stopped. Not entirely. Fire will always seek air. But perhaps we can be redirected. Like a river that has carved one valley can be guided into another. May. It held out its hand. Make your bargain then, it said. But understand, bargains bind both ways. If we are to tie ourselves to roots and ink in the slow minds of men, you will be tied to us. Your world will grow more fires, not fewer. You will have more dragons, not less. You will have more sorcery, more wild talents, more accidents. Can you live with that? Sam swallowed hard. Magic was never going away, he said. We tried to ignore it and it nearly killed us. Better we know where it is, how it flows, who it touches. No day. We will see, Bran said. Daenerys reached. Her hand passed through the ember's hand. For a moment she felt everything. Flame under mountains. Sparks in hearths. Lightning in storms. The slow, deep heat of the earth's core, older than any dragon. She felt the weirwood's roots, gliding through cold soil, twining around stones, dipping into underground rivers. She felt ravens' wings beat. She felt men's hearts thud. She felt the moment the Night King's body shattered and the surge of released cold. She felt the wildfire sky. She felt her own birth, screaming into a world that had no idea what she was. She felt Jon's hand on hers, in a drafty castle. Sansa's steady gaze. Arya's quick smile. Bran's distant eyes. She felt dragons' hearts beating in time with hers. She felt choice. The bargain sealed. Not with words spoken, but with threads tied. Under the smoking sea, the 14 flames' restless fires settled, just a fraction. Their pulses slowed. The leaks in their circle narrowed. New lines spread, not only from Valyria to dragons and dragonlords, but from Valyria to weirwoods, to hearts, to the thin, almost invisible webs of ink and oaths that men were slowly spinning between their realms. In haunted forests, heart trees shivered as a taste of molten rock slid into their sap. fire and green. In Dragonstone's forges, sparks leapt higher when new steel was hammered, as if delighted. Some of that steel would become plowshares. Some would become swords. All would be a little more willing to drink cold. In Harrenhal's halls, a candle lit that no one had touched. "You did it," Sam said hoarsely, when Daenerys finally pulled back, stumbling. Bran's eyes were his own again, though a faint, ember-like glow lingered in their depths. "We did something," he said. "What it becomes, we'll see." The ember was quieter in her after that. Not gone. Never gone. But less insistent. Less certain. It watched. Years passed. The wheel did not break. No single act could do that. But it changed. The Council of Realms met twice a year at first, then once, when travel became easier and ravens more reliable. Sansa sent brisk letters from Winterfell, their margins sometimes adorned with small drawings of dragons breathing carefully into snowbanks. Arianne Martell wrote in a flowing script from Sunspear, detailing how difficult it was to convince Dornish lords that they were not a law unto themselves, and recounting, dryly, how a dragon landing on the Water Gardens had done more to focus their minds than any of her speeches. Gendry learned to read well enough to sign his own name beneath the stag and wolf seal on decrees that sent grain north and timber south. He still preferred hammers. Arya disappeared west, onto a ship, then another. From time to time, a raven would arrive at Winterfell with a scrap of parchment tied to its leg, smelling of salt and strange spices. "Saw a dragon over Ibn. Too small to be yours. Wild. You see. Almost chased it. Thought better of it. Still have all my fingers and toes. Say hi to Jon? Tell him he still broods too much. Ayy." Jon took Ghost and Drogon north sometimes, beyond the wall's broken line, to check the places where Cold had once walked. The snow there remained deep. The nights were long, but nothing moved in it now that did not breathe. "I don't think they'll come again in our lifetime," he told Daenerys once, when she rode Rhaegon at his side, their breath steaming. "In someone's, though," she said. "Yes," he said. "Then someone will have to stand where we did, or a little farther, or a little closer. That's how it goes." "Do you regret it?" she asked. "Binding yourself to all this, to these people, to these laws?" He looked out over the plain of snow where once he'd watched an army of the dead march. "No," he said. "Do you?" She thought of Valyria, of the ember, of the temptation to burn everything that crossed her. "No," she said. "Not yet." She had her moments. When a lord from the Reach tried to reinstate serfdom in all but name, binding free farmers to permanent contracts, she had to walk out of the council hall for a moment and stand under the sky, breathing, feeling dragons overhead instead of fire in her throat. When an Assosai prince tried to claim that their charter meant nothing in his lands, that he could do as he liked with the men and women who lived under his roof, she had to remind herself that burning his palace would prove his point, not hers. When she saw children playing with wooden dragons, shrieking as they pretended to breathe fire, she felt old ghosts stirring. She did not always win against herself. Once, in a small port in the Stepstones, she burned a slaver's fleet to the waterline when she had meant only to sink one ship. The fire spread faster than her will. Men screamed. The smell of burning pitch and flesh filled the harbor. Afterward, she sat on the shore, boots in the blackened sand, and stared at the charred ribs of ships. "They'll tell stories about this," Jon said, sitting down beside her. "I know," she said. "That you lost your temper," he said. "That you're your father's daughter, that dragons are monsters, no matter who rides them." "Yes," she said. He was silent for a moment. "They'll also tell stories about the people who weren't chained in those holds," he said. "The ones who weren't dragged off to be sold. That won't matter to the men who lost their ships, but it will matter to someone." She closed her eyes. It doesn't feel different," she said, "from what he would have done. Sometimes. The line is so thin." He took her hand. The line is in why, he said. In whether you learn. In whether you seek chances to do something besides burn. No. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Stay, she said. Always, he replied. In Volantis, Melora the Red Priestess watched the green flare that had once been Wildfire's last gasp and grew quiet. She denied it, she said to her fellow priests. She denied the chance to burn an entire city for her will. Perhaps she is not what we thought. Perhaps the Lord of Light seeks another. Some left their faith. Others shifted it. In Meereen, the masters who tried to rebuild their old house of pain found themselves facing not only unrest from freedmen, but a new kind of pressure. Dragons. Again. Not Daenerys this time. Wild ones. Smaller, leaner, with colors no one had seen in Valyria's time. Speckled green and brown like moss, shining black like obsidian. They nested in old pyramids, in broken harpy statues, in rocky outcroppings near the coast. They did not obey anyone's whistles. They stole sheep and children both, if given the chance. Magic comes in floods, Marwyn wrote in a letter to Sam. When one dam breaks, others strain. The dragons you have guided are only part of the rising tide. We will need more eyes, more chains, more wisdom, and fewer blind archmaesters. Sam smiled as he read that. He had 2 children by then, and a wife who knew her own worth. Don't bring all the chains here, Gilly had said once, when he came home with his arms full of books and regulations. You left one place full of rules and it almost killed you. Don't make another just the same. He had laughed, kissed her, and gone back to his scrolls with a lighter heart. In the far north, beyond any map, something else watched. Not cold, not fire. Something older, perhaps, or simply different. The world was not tamed. It never would be. But in the lands men knew, in the 7 kingdoms and the free cities, and the Valyrian ruins and the deserts and the slaver coasts, there was a new understanding. That dragons were not gods. That queens could melt thrones. That charters could bind not only peasants but lords. That old powers could be bargained with instead of worshipped or denied. In Harrenhal, under a roof still warped by fire, children of lords and freedmen alike played at council, sitting around the round table with wooden cups and scraps of parchment. One girl with auburn hair and gray eyes declared herself Lady of Meetings and banged a spoon until the others listened. In Winterfell, Sansa walked the walls with Pack's shadow sliding beside her and thought of the girl who had once dreamed only of songs and golden nights. She had a ledger now, not a list of suitors. She had worries about grain and wolves, and what would happen when she grew old and someone else had to hold the North together. She had no illusions. Arya visited sometimes. She came with salt on her cloak and new scars on her hands, with stories of islands where men had never heard of dragons and of coasts, where wild ones had settled in volcanic cliffs. You can't ever fully put things back, she said once, sitting on the broken tower where she and Jon had stood as children. Not after something like this. The world's bigger now, and smaller. People know more. They want more. No. Why? Is that a good thing? Sansa asked. Arya swung her legs over the drop, unconcerned. It's a thing, she said. We'll see what we make of it. Bran sat under the heart tree and watched all of it. He saw Daenerys grow streaks of silver in her hair that were not from her birth but from years. He saw Jon gain a limp from an old wound and a softness around the eyes when he looked at children playing with ghosts' pups. He saw Tyrion lean more heavily on his cane, his jokes sharpened by age rather than dulled. He saw Lyanna Mormont's hair shot with white as she still climbed onto Bearclaw's back, snarling at anyone who suggested she was too old. He saw Pack grow slow, basking more than flying, content to warm Winterfell stones. He saw new dragon riders rise, not always noble-born. A blacksmith's daughter in White Harbor, a fisher boy from the Arbor, a former slave from Meereen who had walked barefoot from the narrow sea to Dragonstone because he'd had a dream of wings. He saw some misuse that power. A young lord in the Westerlands who took his dragon's fearsome presence as permission to take whatever woman he wished. A sellsword in Pentos who offered dragonflight to the highest bidder, transporting armies for gold. He saw what happened to them. Sansa stripped the Westerlands lord of his lands, his dragon taken from him, the beast choosing instead an orphan girl who had once soothed its temper when it raided her village's goats. Daenerys confronted the sellsword in the sky, Drogon's bulk dwarfing the smaller dragon. She spoke not only to him but to the creature he rode, reminding it of the fire's bargain. Dragons turned their backs on some humans. They chose others. The Ember approved. We like discernment, it said. Fire licks all, but not all burn equally. Rand smiled. You're learning too, he said. In time, men began to speak not of Targaryen rule or Stark rule, but of the age of dragons and wolves. Not because wolves sat on thrones or dragons nested on them, but because those two had taught the world something. That power without purpose was doom. That purpose, without mercy, was tyranny. That fire and ice were not opposites so much as partners in a dance that, if done well, kept the world in motion. Daenerys did not live forever. The Ember had not made her immortal. When she grew old, she felt it burning in her still, but less fiercely. She felt it reaching toward other vessels, children, grandchildren, young dragon riders, whose eyes sometimes flashed amber or gold when they stared at flames too long. She chose her leaving as she had chosen her living. Not in a blaze, not on a throne, not in some dramatic sacrifice under a sky full of dragons. In a small valley in the north where hot springs steamed even in winter. Jon carried her there. His hair was mostly white by then, his face carved with lines from wind and worry. But his arms were still strong. You never told me where you wanted to die, he said, lowering her onto a blanket near the steaming pool. Here's as good a place as any, she said. Between fire and frost. Pack lay not far off, eyes half-lidded. Ghost's last descendant, a white-furred wolf with one red eye and one gray, dozed with his head on the dragon's tail. They had not wanted a crowd. Sansa came, snow in her hair, fur around her shoulders. Arya appeared a day later, as if from nowhere, leaning on a staff. Bran was there already, in his chair under a small, bare tree whose roots dipped into the hot water. Lyanna arrived on Bearclaw, cursing at her knees. Tyrion came, grumbling about travel and age, but came nonetheless. Grey Worm and Missandei did not. They had died years earlier, in their own beds, in a house shaded by olive trees in the free marches, their hands clasped. Daenerys thought of them. She thought of the desert, of the sea, of the smell of slave pens and the sound of chains hitting the ground. She thought of dragons' wings and wolves' howls. She thought of the first roar that had woken the world. I was afraid, she said quietly, as Jon settled beside her, their fingers intertwining. Of what? He asked. You've walked into fire and out again. You've stared down gods. Of becoming him, she said. My father, or worse. Something like Valyria made flesh. A vessel for fire that didn't care who it burned. You didn't, he said. Sometimes I wanted to, she replied. So did I, he said. She looked at him. When? She asked. In the snow, he said. When men spat in my face and called me traitor. When they stuck knives in me. When I saw the wall falling and no one listening. I wanted to burn them all, not with fire, with my own hate. He squeezed her hand. We didn't, he said. That's what matters. She looked up. Dragons circled above the valley. Not as many as there had been at first. Some had died. Some had flown beyond knowing. Some had simply settled in far mountains or deep valleys and become legends again. But enough remained. One swooped lower. Drogon. He was smaller than he'd once been. Or perhaps it was that the world had grown around him. His wings had tears. His horns were chipped. His eyes were the same. He landed carefully, steam swirling around his legs. He lowered his head until it was level with hers. "You were a hatchling," she whispered. "Now look at you, old as my fear." He snorted, warm air washing over her face. The ember in her stirred. "You go," it said. "Yes," she said. "Are you sad?" "We do not do sad," it said. "We do burning. But we are curious. What you have made with us is different. Less tidy. More alive." "That was the point," she said. It hummed. "We will see what they do with it when you are gone," it said. "We may whisper to them. We may not. We have our own purposes. But now we remember that we can be more than doom." She closed her eyes. "Watch them kindly," she said. "As kindly as fire can." She felt Jon's fingers tighten. She felt Sansa's hand on her brow, cool and steady. She felt Arya's grip on her ankle, gentle for once. She felt Bran's gaze, like roots in time. She felt Lyanna's muttered, half-swallowed sob. She felt Tyrion's presence, like a joke unspoken. She felt dragons above, wolves below, hot water at her back, cold air on her face. She let go. The ember did not leave with her. It spread thinner now, through more vessels, through dragons, through roots, through the thin, strange lines of magic that ran between people who had chosen to share power instead of hoarding it. Jon stayed until her body cooled. Then he rose, joints stiff, and helped the others lay her on a pyre of dead branches Sansa had gathered. They stood back. "Should we?" Arya began. Jon shook his head. "No," he said. He lifted a torch. He lit the wood himself. The flames caught slowly, licking at bark, at cloth, at silver hair. Drogon watched. He did not roar. He simply lowered his head. When the fire burned low, Bran spoke softly. "She is not gone," he said. "Not entirely. She's in their stories, in the laws, in the dragons, in the way people look up when they hear wings and don't always flinch." Sansa wrapped her cloak tighter. "She said once that she wanted to break the wheel," she said. "Perhaps she didn't. Not entirely. But she cracked it. That's enough. Enough for us," Jon said. He watched the embers glow. He thought of snow and blood and fire and chains. He thought of a girl who had stepped out of a pyre with dragons on her shoulders and had stood in front of kings and wolves and monsters and said no. He thought of the world they would leave behind. Dragons wheeled overhead, their shadows passing over the hot spring, over the pyre, over a wolf and a man and a tree. The world was not saved. It never would be, entirely. But it had been reforged. Not into a neat, shining sword, but into a complicated, many-edged thing that cut and protected, and sometimes did both at once. All the dragons ever born were awake. They flew over fields where chains rusted and were melted down for plows. Over cities where thrones had been turned into benches. Over forests where heart trees watched with red eyes and white bark, listening to children's laughter. Fire had found new shapes. So had men. Somewhere in the deep places of the earth, the ember watched and waited. Not for the chance to burn it all again. For the chance to see what these fragile, stubborn creatures would do with the fire they had refused to worship, and had chosen instead to wield with shaking hands. In that watching, in that waiting, in that shared uneasy bargain, the new age truly began. By the time the first Queen of Dragons was only a story told around northern hearths, the world had almost convinced itself that fire could be gentle. Spring came more reliably now. Snow still fell hard and sudden some years, but the summers between were longer, kinder. Fields that had once known only the crash of armies knew rows of barley and wheat instead. The rivers carried more barges than corpses. Children born after the long night grew up with dragons in the sky the way their grandparents had grown up with stars. Distant, dangerous, but constant. Nymeria Baratheon had never known a night without wings. She stood on the storm-battered balcony of Storm's End, the wind trying to tear her cloak away, and watched a dragon bank over Shipbreaker Bay. It was black and bronze, the color of a forged blade just before quenching, and in the brief flicker of sun between scudding clouds its wings gleamed. Not hers. The dragon belonged to Kalyan Waters, a former shipwright's son from Tarth, whose dragon had chosen him the way a storm sometimes chose one cliff and spared another. Nymeria's own beast slept in the cove below, burrowed into a hollow in the cliff face where warm air from some deep vent kept the stone almost hot underfoot. Molten, they had called her, when she first uncoiled from her egg in Dragonstow's caves, scales the color of cooled lava, shot through with threads of smoking red. Nymeria had joked sourly years later that it was fitting. She had been born in the shadow of a melted throne, to a world still learning how not to burn itself. Lightning forked out over the bay, jagged and bright. It struck the sea, sending up a plume of white, and for a heartbeat the wind smelled of salt and something sharper. Something like iron and blood. "They're late," Nymeria muttered. "Dragons?" Gendry asked from the doorway. He filled it almost entirely, as if the stones had shrunk around him instead of he broadening with age. His hair had gone from black to iron gray in streaks. He wore a simple leather jerkin with the crowned stag and wolf sigil stitched over his heart. His hands were still a blacksmith's, scarred, calloused, more comfortable around hammers than quills. "Council," Nymeria said. "The raven said tha'd pass over at first light." "They're dragon riders," he said. "First light is whenever they please." She looked back at the sky. Above the storm clouds something moved. Small at first. Distant. Then more shapes, and more, resolving into distinct wings, distinct bodies. Dragons, a flight of them, coming in low over the bay, riding the wind as if it were a living thing they meant to tame. Kalyan's bronze-black beast shrieked in answer and arrowed up to meet them, a dark streak against the steel-gray sky. Nymeria's hand was already on the balcony rail. Her body leaned forward, every muscle taut with the urge to move. "Go," Gendry said behind her. "You'll be unbearable if you miss the first sweep." She flashed him a quick, fierce grin. "The council still needs a Stormlands voice," she said, "even if she arrives with salt in her hair." "We've enough voices who talk," he said. "We need one who flies." She swung one leg over the rail, dropped without hesitation, and let the wind catch her. For a heartbeat she fell, cloak whipping around her, the sea rushing up. Her stomach lurched, and then the air changed, heating abruptly, and a familiar roar rose from below. Molten swept up from the cove like a piece of the cliff torn free and given wings. Her talons spread, catching Nymeria's weight with practiced ease. The dragon's back rose under her, scales hot through the leather of her breeches. Nymeria landed hard in the saddle, fingers finding the familiar ropes, the notches worn by her grip over years. "Up!" she shouted, though Molten hardly needed the word. They climbed. Stormwind slammed into them, trying to push them back toward the castle's thick walls. Molten gave it a contemptuous flick of her wings and rose through it, spiraling up toward the oncoming flight. The dragons from the north came on like a moving piece of the sky. She recognized them, Bearclaw's broad green wings, Pax gray, scarred form, Snowwing's pale, almost translucent sails. And in the lead, larger even now than any but Drogon had been, the white dragon Bran had once ridden, his eyes like molten silver. Bran no longer sat its back. Nymeria did not know where the last Greenseer had died, only that one day the ravens had brought no more messages in his tight, crabbed hand, and that when she'd flown north afterward and sat under the Winterfell heart tree, the wind in its branches had sounded different. Thinner, somehow, as if part of its voice had gone deeper underground. Someone else rode the white dragon now, a slim figure in gray and green, hair the color of wet earth, eyes as dark as the pools in the Godswood. Liara Reed raised a hand in greeting as the white dragon swept past. Nymeria saluted back, then banked Molten to fall into position beside Bearclaw. Lyanna Mormont's hair was white now, the fur at her shoulders thick as any winter cloak, but her eyes burned as fiercely as ever. "Late!" Nymeria shouted, the words half stolen by the wind. "Old bones!" Lyanna shouted back. "Takes longer to climb up a dragon when your knees ache." "You could stay on the ground," Nymeria said. "Tell them you're a lady now." Lyanna spat over the side. "I'll be a lady in my grave," she said. "Until then, I fly." They laughed, dragons screaming their layered chorus around them, and turned together toward King's Landing. The city still smelled faintly of smoke, even after all the rebuilding. Stone remembered heat. Even when walls were scrubbed, when charred beams were replaced, when new tiles gleamed red in the sun, there was something in the air that whispered of green flame and dragonfire. The people remembered too. They craned their necks as the flight of dragons swept over the streets, pointing, shouting, in some cases ducking under awnings out of habit. Children shrieked with delighted fear. Dogs barked and then fell silent, tails tucked. Molten shadow poured over the sloping red roofs and the wide, cobbled squares. The scars left by the great column of wildfire, Daenerys' skyward sacrifice, had never fully faded. There was a place near the river where the stone glinted faintly green when the light hit it, just so, as if it remembered something the rest of the city tried to forget. Nymeria smelled river and fish and forge smoke and the faint, acrid tang of alchemists' experiments. The Guild of Alchemists was smaller now, their jars strictly watched, their dealings regulated by the Charter of Harrenhal. But some fire never fully went out. The dragons landed in the broad courtyard of the rebuilt Red Keep. There was no throne room above them now, only a long hall with benches and maps and a fireplace large enough to roast an ox. The dais where the Iron Throne had once loomed was gone. The stones there were flat, worn already by boots and spilled wine and the scuff of chairs. Nymeria slid from Molten's back, boots squelching slightly in the mud. Rain had fallen here recently, washing the dust from the flagstones. "Storms follow you," Liara Reed said as she dismounted, the white dragon's scales steaming faintly in the air. "Or I follow them," Nymeria replied. They shrugged out of cloaks and saddles, handing ropes down to stable boys who now had the strangest job in the world, seeing to dragons' harness and dragon riders' gear. The beasts themselves needed little tending. They hunted where they pleased. They slept where they chose. They answered when called, more often than not. A bell rang inside. "Council." Nymeria smoothed wet hair back from her face and strode into the hall beside Lyanna and Liara. The round table carved at Harrenhal had been brought here some years before, painstakingly transported by ship and cart and dragon. It sat at the hall's center now, its surface scarred with knives and cups, its edge smooth from hands. Sansa Stark stood on its far side, a map spread in front of her, one hand resting on Winterfell's painted walls. Her hair was more silver now than red, a streak of white at each temple catching the light. She wore dark gray wool edged in white fur, the Stark direwolf stitched in fine silver thread over her heart. Pack's shadow lay slanted through the high windows behind her. The gray dragon basked on the outer wall, soaking up what warmth the spring sun offered. Jon Snow stood next to her, leaning slightly on the back of a chair. He wore no crown. He never had. His cloak was plain, his sword hilt worn. The burned scar the Night King had left on his forearm still crawled up beneath his sleeve, a faint, branching pattern like frost. His eyes were as gray as ever. Others were already seated. Tyrion Lannister, smaller in the chair than he had once seemed, though the weight of his gaze had only grown. Arianne Martell, her olive skin browned further by southern suns, her dark hair threaded with gold beads. Lord Gawain Lannister, with lions on his doublet and worry in the lines around his mouth. Yara Greyjoy, broad-shouldered in seal fur and leather, a short axe at her belt. Samwell Tarly, his maester's chain gleaming over a broader chest, ink stains on his fingers. The Council of Realms, or most of it. "Good," Sansa said as Nymeria and the others took their places. Now we can begin. She looked tired. Not the tired of battle, Nymeria thought, but the tired of someone who had spent too many years arguing, persuading, coaxing, holding things together with words and ink and sheer stubbornness. What news is so urgent you had to drag us from warm beds and warmer coasts? Yara asked, half jest and half serious. My people have ships to mend. Trade routes don't patrol themselves. Ravens have come from Volantis, Sansa said. The hall's noise subsided. Volantis had been trouble since long before Daenerys, and it remained trouble now. Too big, too old, too convinced of its own importance. Its black wall had never fallen. Its slave markets had never truly closed, only shuttered briefly when dragons first darkened its sky. They don't like the latest charter clause, Tyrion said dryly. The one where we suggest they stop pretending dead bondage isn't slavery. It's more than that, Sansa said. She nodded to Sam. He shuffled his papers, cleared his throat, and stood. This came 3 weeks ago, he said, lifting a piece of parchment so the light caught the broken wax. The seal had been trampled, but Nymeria could still see the faint impression of the three-headed dragon that had once been Volantis's claim to Valyrian blood. It's from Triarch Relossi, Sam said. Or from whoever writes in his name? He skimmed down the lines. They refused to sign the charter, he said. We expected that. They say their laws are theirs alone. They say the Black Walls predate Westeros and will outlast it. He looked up. But they also say this, that the fires under their city have grown restless, that in the night the pillars of the great bridge hum with heat, that men in the upper towers wake with their bedchambers full of smoke, though no lamp was lit, that dragons have been seen circling not only Valyria, but the waters off Volantis' coast. Lyara frowned. Dragons fly where they will, she said. The wild ones especially. Since the bargain in Valyria, they're more restless. They feel the ember where the earth thins. It's not strange that some hover over old cities. Edmund. Sam nodded. That's true, he said. But there's more. He picked up another scrap. This came from a maester who's been posted in Volantis for some years, he said. Maester Corrin. He writes that a new sect has risen in the Red Temple there. They call themselves the True Forge. Nymeria's fingers drummed on the table. Forgers, she said. Of what? Off unity, Sam said, reading. Off fire. They preached that the bargain made in Valyria was a mistake, that binding the old fire to the roots and laws of men weakens it. They say Daenerys Targaryen was the chosen vessel who lost her nerve, that someone must complete her work and free the fire completely, so it can burn away all divisions. They speak of a second forge, a new doom, but directed. Nah. Tyrion snorted. Only priests would look at the end of the world and think, if only we'd aimed it better, he said. Sam's mouth twitched despite himself. Corrin says their leader's a priestess named Melora, he said. She claims to have seen flames dancing in the shape of dragons and roots entwined, then breaking apart. She says the Lord of Light is displeased. She calls for a great offering. What kind of offering? Yara asked. Sam's eyes darkened. They talk of blood, he said. Of dragon's blood and king's blood. Of binding all the wild dragons that now fly beyond anyone's call into one great fire. Nymeria's stomach tightened. How? She asked. They don't have a dragon queen to bargain with. The ember's tied to the weirwoods now. To us. They'd have to walk into Valyria and somehow undo what we did. Lyara's fingers tightened on the edge of the table. They might try, she said. The roots whisper of movement there. Of men in red standing on black stone, chanting words that scorch bark. The heart trees do not like it. Bran's chair was empty, but his work had not ended with him. Lyara had been chosen, or had chosen herself. It was always hard to say which, with Green's ears. She had grown up in the reeds and bogs of the neck, the songs of the children echoing faintly in the rushes. When she sat under the weirwood now, her eyes went white as Bran's had once done. Are they succeeding? Sansa asked softly. No, Liara said. Not yet. The Ember does not trust them. It listens. It is curious. But it remembers who walked into its heart and spoke for the world last time. It misses her. Her gaze flicked to John. He looked away. The Ember is not a pet to be summoned, he said. It's a wildfire you can talk to if it's in the mood. If these priests prodded hard enough, it might lash out just to shut them up. Which could mean lava in Volantis' streets, Tyrion said. Or their black wall flowing into the river like melted cheese, which I admit has a certain appeal. But the people inside it don't deserve that. The people inside have kept slaves for centuries, Arianne Martell said. Some of them would call it justice. She sighed. But my father taught me that justice is not the same as revenge. And Daenerys taught me that fire is too blunt a tool for either. We cannot let them unmake what we bound, Sansa said. We cannot let them call a fire that will spill across the world because they do not like sharing it. So we go, Nymeria said. All eyes turned to her. She felt the weight of their gazes and lifted her chin. You'll need dragons to get there fast, she said. You'll need riders who know Valyria and who can hear when the Ember whispers wrong. Liara for the roots, me for the Stormlands. Bearclaw and Pack to remind people of what we did in the north. We fly to Volantis, see what this true forge is truly doing, and stop them before they strike sparks. Burn their temple? Yara asked. If we must, Nymeria said. Preferably not with them inside. I've had enough of queens and kings dying in fire to last 10 lifetimes. Now. John studied her face. You volunteer quickly, he said. She huffed a breath. You raised me, she said. What did you expect? That I'd stay home and bake bread while priests try to crack the earth? A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You bake terrible bread, he said. She grinned. So let me fly. He looked at Sansa. Winterfell's lady weighed the map with her gaze. Tormund is in the Free Marches, she said. He can be recalled, but that will take time. Lyanna? Her eyes went to the small woman in the bearskin cloak. Lyanna pounded a fist on the table. I'm not sitting out the chance to yell at more Southerners, she said. Bearclaw's wings still work. I can shout just as loud from a saddle as from a chair. Then we send Nymeria, Liara, Lyanna, and one more, Sansa said. Someone who knows Essos. Not you, John. You're not going anywhere near Valyria again. He opened his mouth. She cut him off with a look. Last time, she said, you came home with half your body frostbitten and your beard singed. You've done your part. Let the next mad bastards take this one. No. I vote for myself, Tyrion said faintly. A few heads turned. He raised his hands. Kidding, he said. Most of me is too old, and the rest is too fond of wine. I'll go, Arianne Martell said. I've dealt with Volantene traders all my life. I know their tricks. I speak their tongue. And if any priest thinks to lecture me about destiny, I'd like to see if they can walk afterward. Sansa nodded slowly. Very well, she said. 4 riders, 4 dragons. You leave as soon as the storms allow. Nymeria's heart thudded faster. Storms, she thought. That could be tomorrow. That could be now. The ember stirred in the back of her mind. You go where fire is, it whispered. It is in your blood. In the dragons. In the name you carry. She ignored it. She walked back out into the courtyard, to where Moulton waited, coiled around a half-crumbled tower, her eyes half-lidded. Volantis, Nymeria said, resting her forehead briefly against hot scale. Again. Moulton's pupils narrowed to slits. Smoke puffed from her nostrils. She smelled, Nymeria thought, eager. Volantis had changed since Daenerys had last seen it. Nymeria had only the stories, tales of black walls and tiger-striped Tokar-clad nobles, of red priests crying out in the shadow of the great bridge, of slaves' eyes lingering too long on dragons' wings. The city they flew toward now was older and dirtier still, some of its grandeur eaten by time, some darkened by soot. The black wall still stood, massive and squat, and utterly without ornament, encircling the oldest, proudest houses. The bridge still arched over the Rhoyne's mouth, its pillars carved with old Valyrian symbols. The red temple still rose, its smoke-smeared statue of a god of fire and shadow looming above the lesser buildings around it. But the air felt different. Hotter. Not the damp, river-humid heat Nymeria had expected, but a dry, almost metallic heat, like the inside of a forge. It made her tongue taste of copper. Molten shifted uneasily under her, wings beating a little faster. Bearclaw and Pack flanked them. The white dragon with Liara on its back flew higher, its pale wings almost glowing in the haze. Ariane's dragon, a sleek copper-brown creature she'd named Solstice, kept watch over the river mouth, eyes fixed on the bobbing ships below. Volantis looked up. The docks swarmed with movement as dragons' shadows swept over them. Men shouted, some pointing, some running. Bells clanged in the red temple's tower. Smoke from its braziers thickened. "They know we're here," Lyanne muttered. "I'd be worried if they didn't," Nymeria replied. They did not land within the black wall. That would have been too much of a provocation even for dragons. Instead, they chose a broad square near the river. The stones cracked from age and bad mortar, the only open space wide enough for 4 dragons to set down without crushing someone's roof. Molten's talons hit with a jarring thump. Pack's tail knocked over a fishmonger's stall. Silver-scaled bodies went skittering across the stones. The white dragon's breath steamed in the air, a strange counterpoint to the heat. People scattered. Some fled. Some fell to their knees. A few stood, fists clenched, eyes wide with something like defiance. A knot of red-robed figures emerged from the temple's grand stair. They moved in unnerving unison, their robes pooling like blood. At their center was a woman taller than most, her hair a cascade of flame red, her eyes a dark, gleaming amber. She wore no crown, only a ring of blackened iron on her brow, as if she had once reached into a forge and pulled it out with her bare hands. Melora, Nymeria thought. She slid from Molten's back and stepped forward. Heat rolled off the temple like breath. The square's flags felt almost warm under her boots. "Welcome, dragon riders," Melora called, her voice carrying clearly. "Stormborn and wolf-friended and root-touched. You come from the Reforged West to see what we make here." "You make trouble," Lyanna said. Melora smiled. "We make truth," she said. "The truth your queen flinched from." "Daenerys Targaryen did not flinch," Nymeria said, before she could stop herself. Melora's gaze flicked to her. "You did not know her," the priestess said. "I knew what she did," Nymeria said. "That's enough. Actions can be misread," Melora said. "Intentions can be misunderstood. Visions can be blurred." She walked into the heart of Valyria's fire and came back half full. She bounded to your trees and your laws and your fragile hearts. It could have cleansed the world. Instead, it was chained. "None. Ma." "The world had had enough cleansing," Ariane said, stepping up beside Nymeria. "We saw it outside Winterfell, and on the Trident, and beneath this city when wildfire almost made stew of your own people. Forgive us if we don't trust anyone who talks about fire making things pure." Melora's gaze slid over her, then up to Liara on the white dragon. "The roots tremble," she said. "They feel what we do in the deep places. They whisper unease into your ears. They whisper that you're poking at things you don't understand," Liara called down. "Fire and root are bound now. If you pull too hard on one, the other bleeds." Melora's smile widened. "Good," she said. "The blood of trees and men should mingle. Ice and fire, leaf and flame. That is what I seek. Not the timid balance your queen chose. A new unity, a second forge." Nymeria's shoulders prickled. "You mean a second doom," she said. Melora spread her hands. "What you call doom, I call correction," she said. "The first fire broke Valyria, yes, but it did not go far enough. It left you half-made. Old houses clung to power. Old thrones cast new shadows. You sit at your round table and congratulate yourselves on melting one ugly chair, while dragons still bow to your names, and men still bend their backs in fields for others' breath. You're not wrong, Nymeria said quietly. She felt Ariane's quick glance, Liara's sharp focus, Lyanna's stiffening beside her. Melora's eyes gleamed. Of course I'm not, she said. I am the flame that shows what is. You feel it, Storm's daughter. You know how hard it is to hold back something that wants to rush forward. You have burned when you meant to scorch. You have watched chains slip back on in different shapes. It was unnerving how close she came. Nymeria could still smell the char from the slaver fleet she burned more completely than she'd meant. She still heard the screams sometimes at night. We came here to warn you, she said. Not to have you tell us what we already know. Whatever you're doing under your city, with your fires, it risks more than Volantis. Valyria's old chains crisscross the whole known world. Crack them, and the 14 flames will wake again. They won't care whose name you shout while they burn. None. Melora's head tilted. You think I do not understand the risk? She asked. I have stood on the black wall at night and felt the stone hum under my feet. I have watched the river steam in winter where the currents from the deep rise. I have seen dragons circle the smoking sea, restless, drawn by something they cannot name. I know the danger. I know the price. I am willing to pay it. With other people's lives, Lyanna muttered. Melora ignored her. The ember is not yours to keep half-shackled, she said. It is not a pet. It is a god in all but name, and it wants to burn. The only question is whether that burning is random or directed. I say direct it. Aim it at the truly rotten roots, the old houses, the old powers. Melt them down and pour them into new shapes. We're trying to do that without burning the forest, Nymeria said. With charters instead of conflagrations. You move too slowly, Melora said. While you argue, while you write, men in chains still drag stones. Women still sell their bodies because they have nothing else. Children still starve, while lords feast. Fire is faster. Nymeria felt that, like a knife. She thought of the councils in Harrenhal, of the endless debates over taxes and grain, of the men who nodded, agreed, signed, and then went home to quietly ignore the parchment. You think fire will make them better? She asked. Burning a slaver's city might stop his whip. It won't stop the urge in men's hearts to take more than is theirs. That's what the charter is for. To make it harder. To make it costly. To make it shameful. Done. Melora's lip curled. Shame is weak, she said. Fire is not. Nymeria's hand went to Molten's neck. The dragon's scales were hot under her palm, muscles shifting as if she smelled threat. We're not here to debate philosophy, Nymeria said. We're here because you're messing with things under your streets that could crack half the world. Whatever your intentions, you will stop, or will stop you. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Melora's eyes narrowed. And you will do that how? She asked softly. Burn my temple. Kill me? Slaughter my followers in the square. Will you show these people that the new order you boast of is no better than the old? Nay. Nymeria's jaw clenched. We'll shut down whatever ritual you are performing, Liara said. We will cool the forges you stoke and rebind the veins you try to open. If you stand in our way, we will go through you, not because we wish to, but because we must. Melora's laughter was low, amused. You think you can out-bargain me with the ember? She said. You, root girl? You, with your trees and your birds? Very well. Come. See what we do. Try to stop it. If your fire is stronger, you win. If mine is, you will understand why the old ways must be burned away. Day. She turned, her red robes swirling. We'll go, Nymeria said. Ariane's hand brushed her arm. Careful, she murmured. She wants you in her forge. I know, Nymeria said. But some things you can't fix from the door. You have to walk into the heat. Liara slid from the white dragon's back, landing lightly, bare feet making no sound on the warm stone. The roots are already down there, she said. They've been since Valyria first cracked. We just have to follow them. Many. They left Lyanna and Arianne above, dragons coiled and wary, watching the square. Inside, the Red Temple was a furnace. It had always been hot, Nymeria knew. R'hllor was a god of flame. His priests liked to sweat while they prayed. But this was more than incense and braziers. The very stone glowed faintly in the dim light, as if lit from within. Melora led them through halls lined with carved reliefs of battles and sacrifices. The air smelled of smoke and something sweeter, almost cloying. That same sharp edge she'd tasted in the wind, now thick enough to make her eyes sting. Here, Melora said at last. They emerged into a vast chamber beneath the main hall. It was open to the earth, its floor a ring of black stone. In the center, a shaft dropped into darkness, hot air rising from it in shimmering waves. The walls were carved with Valyrian glyphs, older than the city above, their edges smoothed by time and heat. Weirwood roots pierced the stone here and there, white, twisted, alien against the black rock, their bark blackened at the tips where it touched the heat, red sap oozing sluggishly from the wounds. Liara sucked in a breath. They've been burning them, she whispered. Slowly, carefully, to see what happens. They bleed, Melora said. They do not burn, not truly. They harden, they darken, they carry the heat upward. You're torturing the trees, Liara said, voice shaking. They hold the memories of men and children alike, and you're cooking them like meat. Melora's lips curved. Everything is meat, in the end, she said. Even gods. Even your roots. Even my fire. Nay. Nymeria stepped to the edge of the central shaft. Heat hammered her face. Her hair lifted in the rising currents. Somewhere far below, something glowed. A deep, dull red, pulsing. She felt the ember there. It brushed against her awareness like a cat against a leg. You came, it murmured. Not her. Not the first one. The other. The girl with the storm named Nymeria, she said aloud. Names are little flames, it said. They flicker. They go out. Your queen is gone. You are here. That is enough. Melora is trying to unbind you, Nymeria said, jaw clenched. To free you entirely, to let you run wherever you like. Free is a word men use when they want us to burn for them, the ember said lazily. She offers sacrifices. She whispers promises. We listen. We like her songs. But we remember the bargain. We remember the roots. Nee. Liara's eyes were white now, fixed on the shaft. The roots remember too, she murmured. They feel you. Old flame. Old pain. Old joy. They will not let you go completely, not again. They like the world with green on it. The heat intensified. Melora moved closer to the edge, eyes half-lidded, hands raised. You feel it, she said. The pulse, the hunger. It wants more. It wants to rise. I can feel how it strains at the bindings you wove, how it gnaws at the roots and the laws. You cannot hold it forever. Let it out. We can aim it together. We can burn the rot and leave only clean bone. Nymeria's skin felt too tight. Sweat, wet, ran down her back. Her lungs ached with the hot air. Her thoughts, for a moment, wavered. It would be easy to say yes, to let the embers swell through her, to open herself as Daenerys had once done, but not step aside afterward, to become not queen, not rider, but conduit, fire wrapped in flesh. She imagined cities melting. She imagined chains snapping in molten hands. She imagined the screams. No, she whispered. She closed her eyes. She remembered snow, the crunch of it under boots, the bite of it in lungs, the way it had muffled the world when she'd stood on a hill above Winterfell, watching men gather to march south. She remembered bread, the smell of it in Storm's End's kitchens, the thick, slightly burned loaves Gendry had tried to bake when the cook was ill, the way people had smiled, even as they grimaced at the taste, because he'd tried. She remembered the charter parchment in her hands, the ink still drying, the lines Sansa's careful script had made. No man is property. No child shall be held as bond. Bread shall be shared when famine falls, and no lord shall hoard in secret while his people starve. She held those words in her mind like talismans. "We're not here to burn faster," she said, voice rough. "We're here to stop you from breaking what holds things together." She opened her eyes. Melora's gaze was blazing. "You are weak, then," the priestess said. "Like your queen, like your wolves. Afraid of what must be done." Nymeria laughed. It surprised even her. "You think burning the world is bravery?" she said. "Any fool can knock down a wall if they swing hard enough. It takes more courage to stand in front of it for years and patch every crack with your bare hands." She looked at the roots. They were blackened at the tips, yes, but they were still there, still pushing down, stubborn, seeking water, seeking stability. "Help me," she whispered. To them, to the ember, to whatever listened. Liara gasped. Something shifted underfoot. The heat did not lessen, but it changed. It went from wild, pushing upward in uneven surges, to something slower, thicker, like molten rock filling a mold instead of boiling over a pot's edge. The roots pulsed. Red sap flowed faster. They grew. Not up, toward the temple, but down, toward the ember. They twined around the shaft, probing cracks, wrapping around glowing rock. The smell of scorched bark intensified, then mellowed as bark hardened, adapted. The ember made a sound like a low, amused hum. "You would bind us tighter," it said. "Strap us to wood and word. Make us walk slower." "You asked for a bargain," Nymeria said. "Here's another. You stay in your circle. You send your heat where we can bear it. In return, we keep the air flowing. We keep the roots from smothering you completely. We keep your dragons flying." "You threaten us with boredom," it said. "Yes," she said. "You burn the world, there's nothing left. No one to feel awe when dragons pass. No one to tell stories of fire. You'll be a storm raging over empty water. That's not forging. That's temper tantrum." "None, Kay." Liara's hands were splayed on the stone, fingers white-knuckled. "The trees agree," she said tightly. "They'll take more of you in, hold more. But they want something too." The ember's attention shifted. "They want sap and flame in both directions," it observed. "They want to see more through your fires. More futures. More possible paths. They are greedy, your roots. They are hungry for stories," Liara said. "For lives. For choices. They'll hold your heat if you feed them visions instead of ash." "You bargain for balance," it said. Again. "We don't know any other way," Nymeria said. Melora stood rigid, her face twisted. "You can't do this," she hissed. "You can't make deals for the whole world, for all of us." "We did once," Nymeria said. "You weren't pleased then either." She turned from the shaft. "We're done here," she said. "Close this room. Let the roots heal." Melora's hands clenched. Red light flared around her fingers. She stepped forward, eyes fixed on Nymeria, lips shaping words that tasted of cinders. "I call on Ar-Alor," she said. "On the Lord of Light, on the true forge, on the fire that was stolen from the beginning. I call for judgment on those who would deny him his due." Nymeria felt the air tense. Heat gathered around Melora's hands and eyes and heart, a blaze far hotter than the shaft's slow throb. The ember stirred. "Child," it said. Not to Nymeria. To Melora, she did not hear, or she did not listen. Flame erupted from her palms. Liara flung herself to the side, rolling behind a jut of stone. Nymeria raised her arms instinctively, though she knew that would do little against sorcery. The fire struck her. It should have burned. It did, for a heartbeat. Then it didn't. It flowed over her skin, a bright, searing sheet, then was gone, drawn inward, swallowed by something older in her blood. Nymeria staggered. "What did you—" Melora began. The ember's voice cut through them both. Enough. The word was not spoken aloud. It did not have to be. The room shuddered. Flame poured from the shaft in a brief, terrifying column, bathing the chamber in red light. It licked the roots, the carved walls, the very air, then withdrew almost sheepishly, like a tongue tasting and deciding not to bite. Melora collapsed to her knees. Her eyes went blank. Not burned out. Emptied. The heat around her flickered and died. She stared at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. "What?" she whispered. "You called and we answered," the ember said, its tone almost bored. "You wished for judgment. Here it is. You are too brittle for more fire. You crack. We do not like cracked vessels." Nymeria sank down onto one knee, breath heaving. The heat within her had subsided to a slow, steady glow. "You didn't kill her," she managed. "We do not care enough," it said. "Let her live with no fire. Let her hands feel cold. It is punishment enough for one who worshipped heat." Liara pushed herself upright, hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. "The roots have sealed some of the cracks," she said. "Not all. We couldn't without smothering you. But enough. Volantis won't fall into the river tonight." Melora's shoulders shook. Tears streamed down her face, cutting clean tracks through the soot. You took him," she whispered. "I can't feel him. I can't hear him. There's nothing." Her voice broke. Nymeria watched her, something like pity knifing through her chest. "Faith isn't only fire," she said quietly. "Find something else to hold, Melora, or you'll break." The priestess made no reply. When they emerged into the temple's upper hall, the air tasted cooler. Outside, in the square, the crowd surged forward as Nymeria and Liara stepped into the light, but halted at the sight of dragons' shadows sweeping over them. Lyanna sat on Bearclaw's neck, axe in hand. "Well," she shouted, "you lot done talking to hot rocks?" "Almost," Nymeria called back. She raised her voice so the people in the square could hear. "The fires under your city are bound a little tighter," she said. "They'll still burn. They always will. But they won't burst out because someone whispered at them. Not soon." A murmur ran through the crowd. "What of the priestess?" someone shouted. "The one who said the Lord of Light would cleanse us." Nymeria glanced back toward the temple's dark mouth. Melora had not followed them. "She's alive," Nymeria said. "She has been," answered. "Perhaps she will speak less of burning the world in future." "Who are you to do this?" another voice demanded. "To make bargains for us? To tell our fires where to go?" "Nani?" Nymeria hesitated. Who was she? A blacksmith's daughter's daughter. A bastard legitimized because the world needed a symbol. A dragon rider chosen by a creature that had once slept under Dragonstone. A girl raised on stories of a queen who had walked into fire and come out changed. "No one," she said. "And everyone. I stood where I thought I had to. If you don't like it, live better than the people we stopped. Prove you can be trusted with your own fires. Or next time, maybe the Ember will listen to someone else." It wasn't the answer a queen would have given. It wasn't a threat, or a command, or a sermon. It was the best she could do. They left Volantis with its walls intact. Behind them, in the Red Temple's lower chamber, roots thickened slowly, fist by fist, grip by grip, around a fire that seethed and simmered but did not break its bowl. As they flew west, storms massed over the summer sea. Lightning skittered out over the waves, bright against the dark. Far below, Something vast and pale rolled just under the surface, the brief flash of electricity showing a ridged back, an eye like a frozen moon. Liara watched it through the white dragon's eyes. "That," she said softly, when they landed briefly on a spray-swept islet to rest the dragon's wings, "is not ember." Nymeria followed her gaze. The sea beyond the rocks heaved as if something beneath had turned. "What is it?" she asked. "Old," Liara said. "As old as the ice, as old as the deep roots. It woke when fire and trees bound themselves tighter. Or maybe it always slept restlessly. It doesn't love us. It doesn't hate us. It just is." "Another power," Lyanna muttered. "As if we didn't have enough." Nymeria thought of the wheel Sansa sometimes spoke of. Old habits, old structures, old cycles. Maybe, she thought, it wasn't a wheel after all. Maybe it was a web. Fire and ice and roots and deep water, all tugging on one another. All connected in ways no one fully understood. "We'll deal with it when it decides to deal with us," she said. "Until then, we have enough." They flew on. At Harrenhal, years later, when the story of Atlantis' near Forge had become something told in a half-dozen versions around tavern tables, a boy whose eyes sometimes flashed green and gold sat at the round table with a quill in his hand. He was not a prince. He was not a lord. He was a scribe's son from White Harbor, sent to learn sums and letters, and occasionally without meaning to, hearing the ember mutter about molten rock and the roots grumble about sap. He wrote new clauses in the margins of the charter, about what should be done when dragons took sheep, about who owned the air above a man's field, about how to decide when a priest's zeal became a threat to more than his own flock. He did not think these were grand things. He thought they were small, necessary patches. Outside, on melted walls and old battlements, dragons basked and launched and circled and returned, their shadows passing over fields where men and women bent their backs for their own bread. In the godswood at Winterfell, under Pack's watchful gray head in the gaze of a heart tree whose scars had darkened but not healed, children played in the roots. One girl pressed her palm to the bark and closed her eyes, imagining fire in its veins. She felt, faintly, something warm press back. A spark. Not enough to burn. Enough to be noticed. Perhaps, one day, she would follow it, east or north or down into the deep places. Perhaps she would hear a voice that was not quite a voice, telling stories of when all the dragons ever born had woke at once, and the world had stood, trembling, between ruin and forging. For now, she laughed and ran, and the sound of her feet on the snowy earth was as good a song as any. The world turned. It did not end in fire. Not yet.